respected directors, sir, faculties, distinguished speakers, listeners from around the globe, and my dear batchmates. We are happy to have you with us today, and on behalf of the XLRI fraternity, I extend you a very warm welcome to the second edition of AVENSIS, the flagship international CEO conclave, proudly presented by the PGDM General Management Batch of 22-23 in association with Eurasia, the communication club at XLRI Jamshedpur. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers who made out the time for their busy schedules to grace us with their presence today. AVENSIS is a French term avancer, meaning to advance or move forward. The very term fills the atmosphere with sheer energy to drive modern organizations vibrantly to make them future ready. AVENSIS is a key factor in the growth story of successful organizations as it allows them to identify and capitalize on opportunities to transform businesses both holistically and keeping futuristic considerations. Overall, having a strong sense of AVENSIS can be a powerful tool for CEOs as it acts as a North Star to turn their ideas and vision into successful businesses. As Larry Page, CEO of Google Inc., rightly mentioned, lots of companies don't succeed over time. What do they fundamentally do wrong? They usually miss the future. The context rightly sets the tone for the very theme of this grand rendezvous titled Transforming Business, People, Purpose, Predictability. The time for India has come to identify its exceptional leaders, and the International CEO Conclave is an effort to shine the strobe light on these trailblazers and celebrate their success stories. The platform, via standalone addresses, fireside chats, and roundtable discussions, will focus on delving deeper into understanding how these paladins have crafted their successes and why there is an urgent need for organizations to be future ready. The conclave aims to accelerate a new kind of leadership at the forefront of the new business logic, which integrates mission and benefits. It will also act as a powerful forum for shared learnings, cross-border experiences, cross-sectional interactions, and analysis expertise to accelerate programs delivered by proactive cooperation for scalable results. I now take this opportunity to introduce Eurasia, the communication club of PGDM General Management. The art of communication has the power to change the world. And Eurasia, the aura of oration, comes with the same vision: to influence, inspire, and teach the love for public speaking. It is the first ever public speaking cum communications club of XLRI. We believe in being the voice of the program, which pivots upon creating effective communicators of tomorrow, who fluently transform ideas into speech. Introduced this year, it focuses on improving public speaking skills, building leadership skills, fostering the art of networking to gain a competitive advantage in the workplace, and maximizing potential by supporting self-confidence. Now, as India rises to this auspicious dawn, with the rising stroke of sun-kissed morning lights upon us, we now start the proceedings for the day. It is now time to invite our first panel of the day, where we will be talking about conflict management in the cross-functional project teams in an international corporate environment. The 5 panelists on board will discuss the business challenges they have faced in conflict management scenario, the mindset one needs to have for carving out a resolution, especially considering the diversity of teams set in the context of geographies and functionalities, and above all, this driving growth and transformation in their business. Our first panelist is Mr. Vikas Kaushik, CEO, Tech Ahead USA. Mr. Vikas Kaushik is a visionary entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of Tech Ahead, a successful company that specializes in app development. Since its founding in 2009, the Tech Ahead has been a pioneer in the world of app development. And under Vikas's leadership, it has grown to become a globally recognized brand. Vikas's vision and entrepreneurial spirit have been instrumental in the success of Tech Ahead. He has always been committed to providing top quality services to clients around the world, and his team has consistently delivered innovative and cutting-edge solutions to meet the needs of their clients. Under Vikas's leadership, Tech Ahead has received numerous awards and accolades, including being featured by Red Herring as a global top 100 company. The company has also been consistently rated by a Washington, D.C. based rating agency, Clutch, as one of the top 5 app development companies in the world. Vikas's success as an entrepreneur is a testament to his hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. His ability to inspire and motivate his team to deliver outstanding results has been a key factor in the success of Tech Ahead. He's a true leader in the world of app development, and his vision and expertise continue to guide the company towards greater success and growth in the future. We welcome you, Mr. Vikas. Please join us for today's proceedings. Our next panelist is Mr. Gaurav Verma, COO, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, USA. Mr. Gaurav Verma is the Chief Operating Officer of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. In his role, Gaurav supervises day-to-day operations, oversees the P&L, and coordinates the strategic management of the forum's various programs and initiatives. Gaurav provides leadership and direct management oversight to the forum's team and engages leaders across member companies, government stakeholders, and the forum's board of directors. Gaurav is an active supporter of social causes in New York. He is a member of the board of Women's Educational Project and Network 2020 in New York, and an advisory board member of the Indian American Arts Council. He is also the treasurer of the US-India Friendship Alliance, a strategic initiative of USISPF. Next, we have with us today Mr. Sunil Rana, CEO of Wizard Australia. Sunil is the founder and CEO of Wizard, analytics and decision intelligence company that provides industry-leading portfolio of performance acceleration, risk management, and climate and sustainability solutions. Sunil brings over 2 decades of extensive experience in organization effectiveness, corporate strategy, operational excellence, and sustainability topics. He has served as trusted advisor to CXOs, boards, and government leaders, including head of nations and senior ministers, and has closely worked with them to address their critical business, organizational, and national policy-related challenges. In recent years, his work has focused on helping global corporations and governments drive greater businesses and economic growth through alignment of strategy, human capital, and long-term sustainability considerations. Sunil has advised boards across multiple industries: telecom, media, public sector, oil and gas, real estate, airlines, chemicals. In addition, having worked across several geographies such as GCC, US, Europe, Asia, and Australia, he brings a global perspective to businesses and policy changes. He has served in senior leadership roles across global management consulting firms such as BCG, partner and core member of the firm's people and organization, TMT and public sector practices, Mercer, partner and international head of the organizational development and effectiveness, as well as public sector practices, and Oliver Wyman. He has been quoted in the media on topics related to sustainability, M&A, organizational excellence, and human capital policy. Our next panelist is Dr. Harish Pillai, CEO, Metro Pacific Health, Philippines. Dr. Harish Pillai joined Metro Pacific Hospital Health as its Chief Executive Officer since October 2021. MPH manages the largest private hospital network in the Philippines with 19 hospitals, 3,750 beds, 2 allied healthcare colleges, a growing primary care network with 22 outpatient care centers, oncology centers, and central laboratory. Before joining Metro Pacific, Dr. Harish has helped in strategizing and managing large-scale health organizations that have delivered consistent results in clinical, service, and business excellence in countries like India, Egypt, and UAE. He was previously the CEO of Aster India, a unit of Aster DM Healthcare, and was responsible for the network of 14 hospitals with 14,573 beds spread across 5 states, a standalone laboratory chain, retail pharmacy, and home care. One amongst the most influential leaders in healthcare industry in Asia and MENA regions, Dr. Harish Pillai was member of the Joint Commission International Standards Advisory Panel for 6 years, convener International Advisory Cell of Association of Healthcare Providers, National Chair of Medical Value Travel Committee, visiting faculty at the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, and various other top colleges of India. He was recently selected by the Presidential Office in the Philippines to join Private Sector Advisory Council, PSAC, for healthcare. Our last panelist is Mr. Palash Nandi, CEO, Legrand, Australia and New Zealand. Mr. Palash Nandi is currently CEO at Legrand, Australia. Articulate, committed, and a team player with a demonstrated capability of translating organization vision and strategies into tangible results. He is experienced in managing diverse teams, incorporating best practices, and encouraging cross-functional team participation, and a stronger believer of having fun at work. He was associated with Numeric India A Group brand Legrand as the CEO, where he was driving Numeric to be more customer-centric and continually improve efficiency in its operations, aligning the whole organization towards a stated objective to consolidate Numeric's leadership position by launching new products, targeting new market segments, and leading the transformation of the organization, taking charge of the full P&L. He has worked across various roles in his organization, like sales, service, and marketing functions, and accomplished effective and consistent high-quality products and solutions for his clients. So before we begin with the session, I would like to introduce our bold and diligent panel moderator, Dilpreet Kaur. Dilpreet holds more than 5 years of professional experience working across startups, information technology-enabled services, and edtech industries, where she has worked in various roles such as platform, program, and account management. She has also been the founding member of Future Skills Prime, a Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology education initiative, empowering youth of India in digital skills. Currently, Dilpreet is pursuing her PGDM in General Management from XLRI Jamshedpur and is also a member of its Corporate Workshop Committee. I now hand over the proceedings to Dilpreet Kaur to start the first panel of the day.
Thank you, Shantanu. Thank you, Shantanu, and greetings of the day to one and all present in the session today. Before we start, we have a small teaser by our sponsors. So I would request the IT team to play that, and then we can get started with the session. Well, before we get started with the discussion, I would just briefly introduce the topic to you all. I know it has been sort of a monologue since the starting of the event, but these things are important when we lay out the groundwork for what we are about to discuss in this important panel, as well as the entire event today. So nearly all working professionals collaborate with individuals located all over the world, some of whom work from home and others from offices. Organizations are currently utilizing teams composed of people from multiple roles to improve efficiency, process flow, decision-making, etc. And this group of teams is known as a cross-functional team. Now, what does this team do? Well, essentially, the team's representatives from different functions collaborate with members from other functions, and they are expected to draw on their combined knowledge to develop well-considered solutions, ideas, and conclusions. These teams frequently experience difficulty and are unable to perform to their full capacity as a result of underlying relational problems. When team members operate in opposition to one another, the lack of cooperation is quickly obvious. In actuality, functions or departments eventually fill up with themselves to the point that they resemble a miniature organization. They begin to operate as separate groups and compartmentalize. This divide creates a we versus them mentality. When departmental functions function in a way that isolates them from the issues and worries of their co-workers, cross-functional friction and poor teamwork results. To address some of the key challenges faced by the cross-functional project teams and how they can be managed or mitigated, we have our esteemed panelists today who, drawing on their own diverse experience of leading such teams at a global scale, would lend us deep insights into the topic at hand. These are my 2 cents. Now let's hear from the stalwarts themselves, their views on what do they think are the common sources of conflict in cross-functional project teams in an international corporate environment, and how do we prevent them from becoming major issues. Post this, we will dive deeper into the nuances of conflict management, where we will address some thought-provoking questions. We'll start with Mr. Vikas Kaushik. Mr. Kaushik, over to you. Please enlighten us with your views on the topic.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I was doing a lot of preparation last year with my son for selecting a B school for him. He last year he went to Georgia Tech for his business program. So there was a lot of inclination on choosing and being a part of one of the top B school in India today is a great privilege. So thank you very, very much for your kind invitation and for all the organizers today. I was thinking, conflict management is pretty interesting topic. And just to start with some context here, I was thinking, is it really possible to have a world or imagine a world without having conflicts in? Is it possible? Can we live in a world which is free from conflicts, which is free from difference of opinion? Oh, let me stay here. So I would like to get answers from some of the participants from XLRI. What do you think? Is it really possible to imagine a world which is free from conflicts? What do you think? Yes, no, maybe we should do this thing, that thing. There should be process, there should be procedure. Everybody should follow this, that. What kind of answers you guys will have? Do we have this capability to make a two-way communication here? Or it's just I have to keep speaking and what's the protocol?
No, the participants, if they raise their hands, we'll be able to unmute them.
Okay, so I would only begin or take my next step when I hear about my question from few of the participants.
Yeah. So
So the
Abhishek,
question is, let me rephrase again. Is it possible to imagine a world free from conflicts?
Abhishek Agarwal in the chat says, no, conflicts cannot be avoided, but can be mitigated by having a systematic approach.
Who else? And tell me when my time ends, because we have more senior speakers, and I would like to hear their experiences as well. And it's a lot to learn from them. I don't know why you made me first, but you need to tell me where I need to stop.
Sure, sir. We can go on for about 2 minutes, and then we will also have some question and answer.
Okay, so does anyone thinks that it is really possible to imagine a conflict-free world? One person said no. Do we have anyone who says yes, it's possible, or everybody is aligned? Okay, seems everybody is aligned that it's not possible to have a world without conflict. So, yeah, I cannot imagine a world without having conflicts around, and we are seeing, this conflicting situation between what's going on between Russia and Ukraine. That's something which is a big conflict, and it's always not easy to mitigate or create a strategy where we just solve that conflict. It's pretty difficult. And in my personal opinion, why conflict happens is when two people, two group, two teams, they have a different point of view of one thing, and they are so rigid in having their point of view feel, they want to feel their point of view superior by anyone else, and they are not ready to come on a common ground and see what is there, what other person thinks, and what's actually there. So unless and until we are committed, we really want to resolve a conflict, I think it's pretty difficult to come to a solution, and we will remain in the conflict for a long period of time. So that's my 2 cents to start. What is a conflict, and is it possible to have a conflict-free world? What creates conflict, and what is required to solve the conflict? Come on a common ground, have the willingness, courage, and commitment, and be on the same page to either live with the conflict. Sometimes they cannot be solved. Like my grandfather, he and my grandmother, they always had conflict. My grandfather died at the age of 93. He was not able to have a conflict-free world with my grandmother, but he found a way to live with the conflict. So sometimes we have to find that way, except yes, there is a conflict, but I can live with it. And the same thing, we face in these teams when we talk about the cross-functional teams. The topmost things which comes is the cultural differences. And sometimes it's clear communication. So suppose in India we are too shy, that we are not too straightforward in communicating. If we have to negotiate with our dad, or if we have to negotiate with our project manager, if we want to take a leave, we won't say that directly. But here in the West, people are so direct that sometimes we Indian, we feel offended by their directness, because we are shy. We'll give verbal cues, but will not be direct, and will either make some faces that I'm angry, or my daughter, she's not direct. She sometimes do different things to make us realize that she wants this, she wants to go out with friends, she wants to have a night out, or whatever, but she won't be direct because she was born in India and she was raised there for some time. And sometimes these cultural differences, we have a communication issue. So again, in a typical example, I was in a conference / training, and there was a Western trainer, and there was a lady, her name was Kamini. And the trainer, he said, "Hey, Kamini, you tell me the answer of this," because for him it, and then somebody told the trainer, "Hey, Kamini is not the right pronunciation, and it can hurt the sentiments of somebody, so please call it Kamini, not Kamini." So these things, they can hurt a lot if we do not understand what and sometimes it happens. If that happens, then we have to apologize immediately. Otherwise there is no way to make sure that we are optimizing, or we are preventing some that can be a huge conflict. Calling somebody by a name which is considered Gali in India. So it's it's that important to understand the cultural differences. And sometimes, here, to give you real examples, here all these multinational companies who have their big presence in India, they will hire Indian project managers or account managers or head of deliveries, because they understand the Indian culture, how to talk, how to handle those people, and then get the work delivered. Most of the MNCs, they will have an Indian face to make sure that the cultural differences do not create a conflict and our projects are delivered on time. And then we have collaboration, how well we collaborate. Corona or COVID time was a typical case study, when people were working from home, and overnight we had to make sure that we have this capability to work from home. We didn't realize that there will be time in our lifetime when we'll not go to office for a year and a half. We still have people who do not come to office every day. Amazon today, they said it's mandatory for people to come office at least 3 days a week. Adobe and all these big corporations, they are struggling to bring back all the employees back in office. So we didn't have that vision that one day that will happen and everybody will be working from home. And in India, I'm an Indian. My parents, they still live in India. I have my office in Noida. I go there every 3 months, 4 months. So when I say in India, don't feel offended that I'm offending Indians or I'm offending Indian culture. No, I'm very well within it. And I'm talking inside of it, not an outside. So in India, we were not prepared to work from home. We had our own interruptions here and there, and we were not ready to take calls, the internet problems, etc., etc. So there was a conflict, and the clients, they were understanding what is the issue. And because of this pandemic, everybody was so collaborative, and they were so understanding of they all were understanding the fact that yes, this is a problem, and the collaboration level increased, through Zoom, through Teams, through WhatsApp, and that actually mitigated the bigger conflicts.
Right.
We elevated. So collaboration is again a strategy to mitigate over conflicts and all. And then conflict resolution. I had this bad throat for last 3 weeks. I told the organizers to cancel me if it's possible, but they said, no, you don't
No,
have
so
a
we
choice.
just could not afford you to not have in the panel.
Yeah. So thank you. So bear with my throat issue. So again, conflict resolution, if we don't have a clear process, if we don't have we don't know how to manage these conflicts effectively, transparently, being culturally sensitive, and again, providing a safe space for team members to express the concern. I think if we do all of these, we'll have a good not good conflict, but a good conflict resolution situation, versus if we avoid these things, then we can create a bigger situation. And lastly, I don't know a term, but they call it emotional intelligence, and we have it inherited in our genes, or somehow we are born with it. At least I was very sensitive about emotional intelligence right from my childhood. And what worked for me is transposing myself into other person's shoes, being present to their world, what's going on, why what they are saying is they are saying. So being present to their world, understanding and transposing yourself into their situation, and then trying to bring everybody involved onto a common page, common, a platform, and being sensitive about, being sensitive about their point of view, giving them a fair chance to explain, and then we need to listen. Listening is the first step
Right,
in
sir.
conflict resolution. If we don't listen and we don't get what other person, so by listening, I really mean to 100% get what the other person is trying to say. It's not that we listen through our filters and all. So that's the uh, uh, overall view in my limited opinion about conflict, why they come, is there a way to mitigate, and if they are already there, how we can make an effort to resolve them.
Right,
um,
sir.
Ready
Right.
to take questions now.
Sure, sir. We'll first have the panelists address the topic, and then we'll take up the question and answers at the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for laying out the groundwork and sharing some real life examples with us. Now we will hear from Mr. Gaurav Verma on his views regarding conflict management. What are the challenges that we commonly face, and how we can go about mitigating those challenges?
Dilpreet, thank you for, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for having me. I wish you and your colleagues a very successful program throughout the day. Look, conflict, is inherent nature of human beings. We have it in our personal life, we have it in our professional life, and so there's no way to get around it. So we face conflicts in almost every other situation, especially in teams when our teams are working different geographies. To a certain extent, having conflict or some tension is good. If you have everyone on the same page and everyone is sort of agreeing with each other, sometimes you don't get the best ideas when that happens. So having a little bit of creativity, people not conforming with each other, thinking out of the box is a healthy thing to have. The one way to avoid conflict in any given situation, or three ways, I would say, it's clear communication. The leader of the team, whoever is leading it, if it's a manager, if it's a team leader, they have to be very clear about what they're trying to achieve. The clarity in communication has to be there. They have to follow a process. This cannot be an art, this should be a science. And sometimes it becomes an art because you have some personalities on the team and you have to manage that. But it has to be a science. So you have to follow a process. If a team leader has to lead team to a resolution and get the job done, they have to follow a process. And I think the third most essential part is, which the previous panelists also alluded to in the end, is you got to listen to the other people's point of view. Everyone should have the opportunity to present their ideas. Those ideas should be on the table, and that does not mean you have to follow what everyone is doing, but at least the team members should feel that they've been given an opportunity to present their point of view. So I'll stop over here.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. That's an interesting take. Now I'll hand it over to Mr. Sunil Rana. I request you to add to that, sir.
Thank you very much, Dilpreet, and thank you everyone for organizing this wonderful event. I think we have close to 100 people here. So in the interest of time, I'll summarize my thoughts fairly quickly on this. Look, when it comes to conflict management, I think at the end of the day, I know the emphasis is on cross-functional international teams, but I think the basic tenets are the same, right? And there, in my view, at least, there are two principal pillars on which the conflict resolution needs to be based on. I think some of the first aspect, which is the software aspects, have been already highlighted. Communication, right? That's key. I think when it comes to cultural values, cultural elements at individual level, I think we can refer to it, or at the corporate level. I think those are important to understand. Corporates have their own cultural values, tenets. Individuals have their own cultural values and tenets. And I think you need to be mindful of that when you are, approaching conflict resolution. If you look at the hard aspects, I think first and foremost, you got to be very well aware of the scope of the teams that are involved, of the geographies that are involved, because each team, they tend to have their own priorities. And in cross-functional teams, cross-border teams, they tend to be more complex. So if you look at a domestic team versus a national team versus a cross-functional team versus an internationally cross-functional team, so what's really changing is the complexity of those underlying issues of communication, cultural alignment, objectives and goals, priorities, how all these different entities and different teams are prioritizing their efforts, their work. And therefore having a clarity around what the end objective is, what the goals are, is absolutely critical. Because when it comes to conflict, that goal, that end objective, or the series of objectives actually become your guiding light in terms of getting to the resolution. In that respect, some of the core, I would say, capabilities of the organization when it comes to project management, program management, accountabilities, roles and responsibilities, clarity around those, project charters, things of those sort are quite crucial, because those also tend to include things like conflict resolution, escalation management, and the leadership style, the values of the organization become quite crucial in those cases, right? Because if you look at it, when it comes to how teams collaborate, a lot of that, and particularly in large international organizations, it is determined by the values of the organization. And if respect is one of those values, you tend to listen to others' opinions. And I think having that consistency of values across different parts of the organization, different parts of the world, is absolutely critical when it comes to reaching to that alignment on how do you actually approach conflict resolution? How do you make it more of a constructive criticism rather than conflict for the sake of conflict? So in summary, I would say those are the two pillars, soft and hard aspects of how you would approach it. And as long as you're addressing those bits, you should get to a fairly systematic way of addressing the conflict resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. Dr. Harish Pillai, over to you now, please.
Thanks, Dilpreet. I'll just pick up the thread of thoughts from Vivek, Gaurav, and Sunil. In my context, like having managed hospitals in diverse countries such as UAE, Egypt, India, different states. India is like the European Union. Different states of India have different set of challenges, and of course now in the Philippines. One of my most essential life lesson is to understand history. I mean, all the speakers talk about culture, and I'm a doctor myself, and unfortunately went to the dark side in management. So one of the things which I have learned is first study history of the place you wish to go or manage teams, history and culture. And because for the same message, the way different teams react to the same message is so different. To illustrate some examples, in Egypt, when I went to Egypt in 2006, the president of Egypt was Hosni Mubarak, at that point of time. He was the same president even when I was in school. So, and I had moved to Egypt from Dubai, and it was a huge turnaround project for me, the change management aspect. So, I was the first CEO to be appointed in healthcare in Egypt. And of course, I was the first Indian to be running a hospital in Egypt. So I had a certain frame of reference of managing my teams when I came from Dubai, because Dubai is a multicultural kind of an environment. The mistakes I made in management of my teams was to use the frame of paradigm from Dubai and try to put it in Egypt without really understanding the context of history and culture. Thankfully, it was a mistake which happened early in my tenure. And the reaction of my team was so different. Like, they were trying to push back. There were language barriers, even though I am familiar with Arabic, but still there were language barriers. So then I had to change my management style in managing that situation, in the sense that I was, so what is the context of managing my team was, I was this very passionate CEO, very open in communication, very transparent. And I used to do these town halls across hospitals. But even though my intentions were right, the receptivity of my message was totally lost. Then I said, okay, this won't work in this. I had to change my management style, understanding the history and civilization aspect of Egypt, because if you look at the greatest ruler of Egypt, it was Ramses II who ruled the country for 95 years. Then you have this context when I was there with Hosni Mubarak. So I changed my management style, where the CEO in that culture is called Mudiril Tanfisi. That's the Arabic term for the chief executive officer. So you need to really change your management style in the context of which country you're working for. And Eureka, like I changed my management style and results were there to see. So that is one example. In India, for example, like I said, India is like the United States of India. So the management style, I had 4 hospitals in the state of Kerala, and Kerala is the land of knowledge workers, right? I cannot apply the management style which I had in Egypt when I came to build this 100 million USD greenfield hospital, because in the state of Kerala, if you really want your co-workers to listen and do, then you need to really practice the concept of empathetic leadership. So, I used to take pains to ensure that the housekeeper to the senior consultant in my team, I knew their backgrounds. And even when we used to recruit and hire people, we used to do it as cross-functional. It's not like something separate induction program for the senior doctors. So it was not like a silo-based approach. It was like a team-based approach where the vision is clear to the whole team. And really that worked well. But when I went to, to manage my hospital in Bangalore, where the Bangalore system is very different from that in Kerala. Or if my hospital in Maharashtra, that's very different management style. So what I'm trying to explain, of course, in the Philippines. So, it's been 1 year. One very interesting aspect in the Philippines is exactly like what Vivek had mentioned before, right? So you may not, the teams might all say, yes, we hear you. We understand what you're saying, but actually in their mind, they're saying, no, we don't agree with what you're saying. And then as a new leader, you need to really figure out, and I think that's pretty critical. Something else which Vivek, Gaurav and Sunil also talked about, you as a leader, you should facilitate open communication and create that psychological safety measures to tell your team members, it's okay to be critical. Okay, I'm the boss, but please open your channels and tell me what you really think. You don't have to worry about consequences. I think creating that kind of safety net, investing in relationship is also pretty important. Like it's also, from a contextual perspective, sometimes you underestimate the emotional intelligence of the team, because in some societies, it's okay that 9 to 5 is fine. It's a work mode. Then from 5 p.m., you take someone to the pub, have your own colleague, have a drink with your colleague. And next day you're back to work and the relationship comes back out. But unfortunately, if you don't understand culture and history, people can misunderstand and misinterpret those kind of relationship shifts, what you're doing. To use a clinical term, sometimes it's also essential for a leader to be a bit schizophrenic, because you need to have different dimensions when you deal at different levels in your team, but at the same time, you're the same one person. So, these are context. My message to conflict resolution, especially in an international environment, is for the leader to really take out time to understand his people and to figure out what really makes the team tick. What's the secret mantra? If you invest that kind of time, then your objectives, like Rana rightly mentioned, you should always, that everyone needs to know where's the end goal. What are you trying to do? And once that goal is clear, it becomes easy for the team to actively collaborate, start supporting each other and pull each other up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Pillai, for sharing that. Lastly, I'd request Mr. Palash Nandi to share his views, and then we'll take up the question and answers.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me here. So most of the points has already been made by my fellow panelists. So I'll just emphasize a few of things that I strongly believe. First of all, for me, conflict is a good thing. Okay. I would anytime encourage a conflict of ideas rather than not having a conflict. As long as we are clear in terms of the fact that we are having a conflict to arrive at the best route to reach a destination. The conflict is more than welcome. And I have been working with Legrand for now, what, 33 years. So it's an international company, 90 countries, so plenty of people from plenty of different countries, different culture, thought process. So this is something that you live every day. Okay. Right now I'm in Australia, and Sunil would know that this is also a melting pot. So I've got 20 nationalities in my organization. So it's not just the fact that internationally, but even when in a single country, there also you have these different elements. So for me, that, as I again repeat that, whether the conflict is good or bad is dependent upon the context. So the conflict on ideas for sure is a good thing. And then when you really step back, you see that most of the conflicts is happening because of what? One, because plenty of times the teams lose track of the bigger goal and get lost in the smaller goals. And as a consequence, everybody is looking, it's like those, it's like the elephant and the blind man, that everybody is looking at the same thing, but from different contexts, and not stepping back and looking at the larger goal and how their individual contributions can contribute to that. Rather than that, everybody goes very close to the subject, and as a consequence, the conflict starts to happen between different functions. Two, plenty of times the conflict is more on the style than on the content. And the style is coming because people have different processes, because of the way we have been growing under different contexts. So our processes are different. Sometimes our thinking pattern is different. A lot of people think, let's say, in a logical manner, but in a single track. And then at the same time, many other people have the ability to think about 10 different things at the same time. And you put people together in that group, and then people are a bit, how should I say, frustrated with each other. Let's concentrate on this. And there are some people who are at the same time thinking about 10 different ideas. So this for me is more style than content. And then, of course, the culture of the people comes in. So yes, as all of my colleagues have said already, that communication is key. It is the job of all the leaders to constantly keep on communicating about where we are wanting to go, okay? Why we are wanting to go there, and what are the risks if we don't go there, and what are the benefits if we do reach there. So as long as your communication is clear, and people are constantly aware of the fact of what is the bigger goal, conflicts, how should I say, can be, I wouldn't say resolved, because I again go back to my first point that I really encourage a conflict of ideas. Okay? But in terms of the journey, this can be made much more smoother if the communication is clear and we make the distinction between style and content. Okay. And
Right.
many a times we get lost in the style, and this is the job of leaders to ensure that we don't really get drawn into the style, but we focus on the content and the journey. So this is my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nandi, for sharing that. As they say, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. And I think that very well resonates with what you said, that conflict is important if we are to thrive, in this world. So now we will start with our discussion, and where we dive deeper into the nuances of conflict management and how it can be handled better. My first question is to Mr. Kaushik. Sir, let's start with the fundamentals first. How can we effectively communicate the vision and mission of the top management to the employees in different geographies such that it reduces conflicts among them. Mr. Kaushik, over to you.
Well, again, whatever fundamentals we have discussed and all the esteemed panelists, they have shared their knowledge upon, whatever it is, communicating the vision, the fundamental thing is making sure where we want to go. When we work in a team, the topmost thing for me is having a clear goal. It's like what's the goal of a pilot? The goal of the pilot is to take all the people in the aircraft from point A to point B, or place A to place B safely. Similar, as clear as that, if we have a clear goal, okay, in this quarter, suppose we have to, and we need to quantify that goal up to the extent it is understandable by each and every person. Mathematics is pretty easy. Every culture, they have the same 14, 15, 50, or a million, 2 million. Everybody understand that. So having a clear goal, quantifying it, and then communicating it in a way that everybody gets it. And you have to ensure that everybody gets it in the way it should be, gotten in people's mind. So there is no rocket science, or there is nothing else apart from what we have discussed. Is having a clear goal, and the goals to be quantified in like understandable, not too complex, very, very, very simple mathematical terms. We need, say, $300 million revenue for this quarter, or costs should not increase by this and this, and over EBITDA level, over gross margins, over attrition level. We need to talk about numbers, and those who are measurable in a way or another. We need to have clear goals which are measurable, and they are communicated in a manner, very, very simple manner, which should be clearly understood. And then we need to ensure whether the goals I have communicated or the vision I have communicated is understood. And then the biggest thing, we need to enroll people in that idea. You just can't force that vision to your team member. You really need to bring in everybody's skin in the game. And I'm sure it's practically impossible to bring everybody in and align in the vision. The biggest leaders of biggest countries of the world, they are not able to do that. Aligning people with their vision. Prime Minister Modi, President Biden, or whoever you name. So that's the difficult part. And as Mr. Nandi says, he likes conflict. We cannot have all the people aligned. We should have some people who are not aligned, and it's okay, and those who are challenging the vision. And we need, and that will help us, improving. If we are going wrong somewhere, that will help us improving. And then and how to enroll, how to make people feel that it's their vision, they own it. That's critical. And in order to do that, you have to talk to people. You have to make them feel the owner of the idea, owner of the vision, owner of the company. Give them enough freedom to take risks, and make sure you have an environment which is productive and not encouraging to unnecessary office politics and all. So I think that's the way. Having clear goal, communicating that goal or vision, making sure that people, they are aligned to it. Some 90% aligned, 80% aligned are okay, 10, 20, 30% will never be aligned. So we should not be too attached to the fact that we have to make all the 100% of the people aligned to the idea, aligned to the vision. So yeah,
Right.
that's what I think.
Right. So well said. And to encapsulate what you just said, we can tailor the communication to different geographies. As in, you said that, the message should be clearly understood by the receivers. So I think the message should be translated into their local language and presented in a way that resonates.
Well, I didn't say
their
their
local-
local language. I'm saying quantifiable. If it's their local language, if we can do that without making a deviation in the vision, it's okay.
Absolutely.
But in order to avoid, we have to make the vision idiot. In the US they have different this filler for the diesel cars, and it is different for the gasoline, the petrol car. There is a joke I want to tell all of you here.
I'm already laughing.
So there was a drunken fellow, and next day he came to his friend and he said, I don't understand why these people, they have this different handle for gasoline and all. And they should really improve on their machines. It was not fitting in, but I somehow did it. So the diesel will not fit in the petrol, the gasoline one, and the gasoline one will not go. So we have to make the vision some sort of idiot proof that instead of communicating the right thing, if we are going too translative, or if we are doing, say, localization or something like that, we might miss the real thing. So instead of that, I said quantitative. We need to make it more quantitative. We need to bring in more maths into it,
Sure.
more numbers into it.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, moving on, I have a question for Dr. Pillai. Sir, how can we ensure a shared focus and direction towards a common objective in a cross-functional project team, despite the varying priorities and goals of individual team members arising from their respective functional areas, and also considering their diversified viewpoints and contributions?
Great question, Dilpreet. Like I can give you a live case study of what I've done for Metro Pacific, right? So we are a chain of 19 hospitals spread across the country. It's an island. This is an archipelago, which you can imagine. And we had a further complication that before I came and joined the company, the 19 hospitals used to work in 19 different ways because the holding company was not really involved in trying to create this principle of all 19 hospitals work towards a common goal. But after I have come in, we have now agreed on a strategic framework where all the hospital leaders and, we have cascaded down the chain rank and file. We're all working towards a common goal. We brought in this clinical strategic development of how the hospital group will be in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of clinical program element. In terms of process, the framework is that I have introduced what I call a 7-dimensional balance scorecard. Typically, balance scorecards have 4 dimensions. So I brought in a 7-dimensional balance scorecard, which starts off with people excellence. That's number 1. Number 2 is clinical excellence, because we are a healthcare company. Number 3, service excellence. Number 4 is technology, because I am investing quite a bit in technology to ensure that we are in the right path forward, and also to bring in equity among all stakeholders. Number 5 is brand equity in terms of our identity as who we are to all stakeholders. Number 6 is sustainability and community connect, especially in a healthcare entity. If you're not invested in your local communities, it's not sustainable, right? And of course, from an environmental perspective, Philippines is always challenged because of climate change. So we need to do our bit for ensuring our consciousness towards environment. That's what. And then finally, last is business. So if you do all these things, the 6 dimensions, then of course you do it. So I'm very conscious that I never talk about numbers to my team right up beginning. I always say that, okay, have you done those 6 pillars, what I told you? And what we have done is in terms of the annual performance management system. So the variable incentive scheme or the salary increments of everyone, rank and file, is through this dimension. So the board of directors have ticked off my balance scorecard, which is 7 dimensional. And from me, it goes down to my direct reports, and from them to the rank and file. So this simple mechanism has ensured that this complex organization, which is so diverse and spread across, everyone is channeled to one small objective, because those elements, the pillars which I talked about from a philosophical contextual perspective, it's standardized across, but when you go down to different hospitals or even rank and file, obviously it changes because you have to adapt it in your own context. So this is a very interesting tool I found to bring alignment of a large team across sectors to a common purpose. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights, Dr. Pillai. That's a very interesting extension of the conventional balance scorecard and how you extended it to 7 dimensions to ensure that all of your team members are on the same page. So that was a very interesting example. Now, I'd also request Mr. Nandi to add to this if he has any viewpoints to share. Same question, sir.
So, so first of all, it was interesting to hear Dr. Pillai talk about the 7 dimensions, and it always interests me that more or less in terms of how we want to reach the goal is always the same, but it's interesting to see the different directions we take to reach it. So as far as we are concerned, so for us, there is, let's say, 2 different angles. One, since we are a multinational organization, so therefore, we strongly believe that on one side, you cannot really have a common vision across the world. Okay, this is not logical. You should have a purpose that is common across the world as to why. What is it that we are existing for? Why are we doing the business that we are doing? So this purpose has to be different. Some major pillars could be different, that I want to be in this segment or I want to be in that segment, or for that matter, we want to do a digital transformation across these pillars. So there can be some commonality like that. And then, because every country is different, because your market position in every country is different, because the opportunities in every country is different, so the countries need to evolve a vision of their own. So we constantly keep this distinction that while the purpose and some broad pillars are common across the world, but the visions have to be necessarily at the level of every country. So what
Thank you, Mr. Nandi, for sharing that. Sir, are you there, or is your video frozen? Or is it just for me? Can anyone else confirm?
It's frozen.
Okay. So I guess we'll move on, and then when Mr. Nandi gets back, we'll continue with his thoughts. My next question is to Mr. Rana. And so this one is more related to the operational aspects within a team. As individuals come with different competencies, some can be a high performer, some can be average performer, and some may not be that good. Considering all the 3 work on a same project, how can we manage to ensure all 3 are aligned and conflicts are minimized amongst them?
I think my viewpoint on this, Dilpreet, is that having different levels of performance isn't necessarily a major contributing issue in itself to conflict. I think conflicts arise when there is inconsistency in the understanding of what the end objective is. I think different levels of performance, again, contribute to how efficiently you get to that outcome. So I think the only kind of issue that I would see in such a team is the mismatch of expectations regarding the outcomes, the quality of the outcomes. And as far as that is concerned, I think that's to do with how the expected outcomes are measured, how those expectations are set to begin with. And that comes back to the goal setting. That comes back to having clarity around what is it that the team's working towards, and how do we define success in that setup, right? And I think it is to be expected that any team will have people performing at different levels. That is just the reality of life, no matter how great an organization you are. I think the averages may vary where they sit in the organization, but in relative terms, you'll always have a mix of those individuals. So my viewpoint is that you got to work with the resources that you have at the end of the day, as a program manager, as a project manager, as a CEO. And the best you can do is to make sure everyone's brought along. I think that's very important, right? Where it does become an issue is if when people start feeling left out. And I think as leaders, one of the things you want to be doing is making sure everyone's comfortable in the team. And as a leader, you would have that visibility upfront, the kind of individuals that are involved. And you definitely want to make sure that everyone's brought along towards those goals that have been defined, those quality expectations, outcomes that have been defined by the organization.
Right, sir. Thank you for sharing that. But I also think that it's quite important to also understand the unique strengths and challenges, the unique strengths and weaknesses of the individual team members working within a team. And then maybe we can, leverage it for the benefit of the outcome, as you mentioned, that the team is driving towards. So that is one aspect that I think I would also like to add.
Sure. I think we might have lost you also. I think it's just us.
Looks like
Okay.
she's frozen as well.
Right. I think if the rest of you can hear us, I think it's a fair point. You always need to, as I said, irrespective of the level of the performance, individual performance, you need to understand what those individuals are, what they bring to the table, right? And as long as that clarity is there in terms of what they bring to the table, you use it to the best of the situation, to the team's advantage. And that comes back to your personal traits as a leader running such an engagement. And each leader brings his own, to one of the earlier points, style. I think Palash was referring to it. Different individuals have different style in the way they operate. Fundamentally, you have to make everyone feel part of the team, irrespective of their strengths and weaknesses. And I think everyone has to be brought along as part of that process. I think that's at least the more fundamental point that I'm alluding to in my perspective.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you for taking that up. Now I will invite Mr. Verma. So this one explores the implications of varied cultures on a team. When individuals or teams come together from different geographies, which implies different time zones, backgrounds, and especially different cultures, how difficult is it to create a culture of collaboration amongst them? Is compromising on cost of bringing teams together a fair trade-off against the performance parameter? Assuming, of course, offline teams collaborate better than virtual teams.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part again? I lost you in the middle.
So the last question is compromising on cost of bringing teams together a fair trade-off against the performance parameter? Assuming offline teams collaborate better than virtual teams.
So my personal take is, I think compromising on the cost, you need to, in a world where we weigh cost advantages and the trade-offs, I don't think that is the right move to do. We are in a people's business. We are a small team, about 35. Some senior people formerly from private sector, from US government, from government of India. And what we've seen is, if you get high caliber people in, you really can drive a different kind of outcome. So and collaborate, and high caliber people have very different expectations, right? So they will not last in an environment where they're actually performing subpar or at par. And therefore, I am of the firm belief that compromising is not the right outcome. I think it comes down to the leader to make sure that the team members actually feel engaged. It comes down to the leader to make sure that the team members understand what is expected from them. And it comes down to the leader, as you said in your last comment and question as well, is to know what are the positives and the negatives of each team member, right? You are not going to assemble an IPL team with B, C, and D or E grade players. You want everyone to be an A grade player. They might have different strengths, but at least you're well aware of what their different strengths are. And so, you know, look, ultimately, I feel strongly it boils down to leadership. Conflict can be resolved if you have a leader who understands how to communicate clearly, how to follow the process, how to navigate the ship, and really step in when the leader needs to step in. So, yeah, I think this is possible.
All right, all right. Thank you, Mr. Verma. And in fact, yes, as you rightly mentioned, despite the numerous challenges that we face, after all, it's definitely possible to create a culture of collaboration amongst diverse team members. And as what we have been saying till now, it does require open communication to drive the project team towards the end goal of the organization. On that note, I will now circle back to Mr. Nandi, whom we lost in the middle, but now he is back. So, sir, you have over 3 decades of work experience. Could you share your top learnings from your corporate journey acquired while resolving a difficult conflict situation in a project, which can be imbibed by young leaders like us?
Apologies for the break.
Not at all, sir.
To come back to that, and the way you said that I have over 3 decades of experience, you really made me feel older. Now,
well, certainly you don't look like that, sir. So that's the compliment that I can give you.
But anyway, jokes apart, yes, quite a few learnings. One, that no matter what challenges you face, never ever lose confidence in yourself. You should always benchmark against people who are nice, who are smart, who are clever. But we also know that every individual has got their own individual, let's say, traits. And you will never be, let's say, another Palash, like Palash will never be another Dilpreet. So most of the times we fall on the impression of wanting to be somebody. One. Two is that as you grow up, you have to be comfortable with the fact that you don't know everything. And your team has to know that you are comfortable with the fact that you don't know everything. Okay? And your job as a leader is to really assemble a team and give them an environment where all these different ideas and different, let's say, brilliant minds, they're able to work together and bring an answer that best suits the organization. So coming back to what Gaurav was saying a little while back, that a leader has to understand when to step in, and at the same time when to step back and let's let the team do whatever they do best. This is critical, because the more directive you are, the less you are manufacturing new leaders. And as a consequence, if you're not constantly manufacturing new leaders, you're not doing your job as a leader. So encourage conflict, ensure that the conflict is about ideas, make the distinction between, let's not get lost in style, okay? We figure the process, we constantly keep communicating, cascading, as Dr. Harish was saying. Because as long as your people down the line are clear about what is the vision, where are we going, why are we going there, people will bring good ideas onto the table. And then your job is just to ensure that these ideas keep on coming. And how do you cultivate those teams who bring those ideas?
Dilpreet, can I just add a thought to what Palash just mentioned?
Absolutely, sir. Go ahead.
So one advice to all of you at XLRI is that if you look at this panel, we are Indian diaspora in different parts of the world. I see a thread. I somehow, from a cultural perspective, I feel that Indians have an unfair advantage. The unfair advantage is that because you are Indians, you have the real template for global success, because as an Indian, you're introduced to multiple languages, multiple complexities within our own country. And that gives you a ready-made template for success in an international forum. But the key route is that I would request each one of you to first answer the question of who are you? You need to strengthen your own identity in terms of your place of origin, your linguistic heritage, your rich cultural heritage. Be very proud of who you are. That's number one. Number two is that the national identity of who we are as a country, because that's really the strength which makes us successful as global leaders anywhere. So really, I mean, if you look at the amount of Indian leaders around the world, and when you interact with them, you realize that, well, this is the secret sauce of why you find so many successful Indian professionals around the world. You know, you're so comfortable in different cultures. It doesn't make any difference to you, because you know who you are. Therefore, there's no problem in being comfortable with others also. It's not an issue. This is very important for management professionals to imbibe, because many times we forget this cultural element, which actually alludes to a secret formula for success.
Right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nandi and Dr. Pillai, for sharing your insights on this one. I'm certainly taking it back with me, and I hope that the batch is also listening, and they will also try to imbibe the learnings that you have just shared with us and much more out of this conversation that we are right now having. Now, my next question is open for all the panelists, and here we'll discuss about the risks that we may foresee which are associated with ineffective conflict management in a cross-functional project team, or even if it is not a cross-functional project team. Let's just discuss what could be some of the risks which can be associated with ineffective conflict management in a team or in the organization as a whole. So it's open to all. Mr. Rana, if you would like to share your thoughts on this, and then we can have Mr. Gaurav Verma also.
Look, I think the obvious risk is to project success itself, right? But I think more intrinsic risk is the organizational success. I think if this becomes a thing that is happening, commonly across the organization, you have a much more fundamental risk to the organization. And that's why I'll come back to what I said earlier. A much more sustainable template, if you will, to solve this and make sure these risks aren't happening, is really built around having that clarity around what the culture of the organization is and communication. I think a lot of organizations can import templates, structures, project charters, etc. But if you haven't really strengthened the core of it, which is having open communication, respect, the values, and I think respect is a tremendously important value, particularly in large and complex organizations, because that really sets up the organization to have everything else around that: open communication, exchange of ideas, constructive criticism, everything else. And if those things aren't happening, you essentially have an organization that isn't aligned towards what its vision is, isn't working efficiently towards that vision, isn't necessarily deploying its resources very intelligently or effectively in terms of delivering on that agenda, right? So ultimately, the end objective is an organization that's doomed to fail.
All right. So the intrinsic risk lies in not meeting the organizational goal. Mr. Verma, would you like to add to that?
Look, I wholly agree with what Sunil said. It's if you're not able to resolve conflict, how are you going to succeed, right? It's a very basic thing. But I think there are two things to note. One is decision making is a very important aspect. And for a leader, it's important to make a decision than to be indecisive, right? Indecisiveness is not good for a company. It's not good for the people of the company. So, it doesn't have to be the decision that is the right decision, but at least a leader has to step in and show their indecisiveness. I think the other thing is it's important for a leader to establish the first principles when they're trying to resolve some conflicts. It's the first principles are about the immutable truths about a product or the company, what they stand for, that everybody agrees on. And so for me, it really goes back to the fact that in a human capital business, which is what most of us are in, the basic element of success is to try to understand how do we manage each other, and that is either a recipe for success if you're able to do it successfully. Otherwise, it is a recipe for failure.
All right, sir. Thank you for sharing that. And, while we're on the topic of risk management, my next question addresses how prevention can be better than cure. So what do you think are some common mistakes that project managers make when managing conflicts in cross-functional project teams, and how can they avoid these mistakes? And I think this goes back to the discussion we were having earlier. I think Dr. Pillai was sharing some examples about how he had to change his management style when he was working in different countries with different people. So, sir, my question is to you, Dr. Pillai, what common mistakes can be avoided by the project managers in the face of conflicts? And of course, changing leadership style is something that you have already mentioned, but anything else if you would like to add?
One of the key success factors, obviously, is the time you spend on planning. Planning, there is, you cannot discount the criticality of the planning process, which enables you to think through and you map out all possible issues in the landscape you are entering into, number one. Number two is to ensure deployment of the right resources. Resources meaning the right person for the right task. Ensure that the right capabilities provided to your team, whether it's finance, material, technology, that is something important. And of course, to ensure constant feedback, you need to have also a governance mechanism which ensures a feedback loop where before things go out of hand, you have that mechanism to intervene and do course corrections. So governance is also pretty critical in management of these kind of issues. So I would probably highlight these points. So planning, the right, to ensure that the right person is assigned for the task. I've also talked about monitoring and governance. These would be the most critical aspects. Thank you.
Right, Dr. Pillai. And it's very interesting, every time we have a conversation, something or the other comes up. And now you highlighted 3 more things that we need to take cognizance of. Criticality of the process needs to be ensured, deployment of right resources, and feedback and governance mechanisms are also required to see if we are making good progress on the project as a whole. So thank you for sharing those insights. Mr. Kaushik and Mr. Nandi, if you have anything else to add to that, please feel free to share.
Well, I would just add on to what Dr. Pillai said by saying that sometimes the project managers just keep on deferring, let's say, the difficult discussion, sorry, in the thought process that, you know, what the team would think and so on and so forth. The more one delays those difficult discussions, the more impacts everybody in the team, and not just one individual or two individuals, because the outcome of the project is getting impacted because of that. And behind this hesitancy is the fact that we hesitate to accept that part of my reading was wrong, part of my decision was wrong, and therefore quickly recognize it and then course correct it. In hindsight, people give a lot of respect to that rather than you not acknowledging it and making the necessary corrections. So it is a consequence of, I don't exactly remember who told this, but the importance of taking decisions, and also at the same point of time, being quick to acknowledge, accept, and then make necessary adaptations when you go wrong, or when some of your other colleagues in the team go wrong. This sounds simple, but many a times we don't do this enough, and as a consequence, it impacts the project. And for sure, you cannot emphasize enough the concept of having the governance, okay, and ensuring that you know that the governance is not just a reporting mechanism; it's really a governance.
All right, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Kaushik, any closing thoughts?
Yeah. So just wanted to add one more critical aspect to the project management thing, which Dr. Pillai and Mr. Nandi they shared. You know, project planning, project governance, monitoring, adding resources. You know, timely checks where we are progressing in the either are we progressing in the right direction or no. You know, these are all definitely critical things for effective project management. And one thing which I have felt in my 23 years of IT project management is communication. You know, being IT driven, we have tendency to have many parallel communication channels. Like we'll do WhatsApp, we'll do Teams, we'll do emails. Sometimes we'll even do phone, but we don't keep a single communication channel. If it is not single, at least whatever we are doing over phone or verbal communication, we forget to document that. And then at later stage, you know, when client comes, he says, oh, I told you this, and people forget. You know, if we are not documenting, we have tendency to forget. So documenting and keeping everything referenceable at a later stage and reviewing it time to time, you know, having that process set up is also something which is very critical to the success of the project.
Dilpreet, if I can add one more aspect, I think once the team takes a decision to go in a certain direction, it requires commitment from all the team players to that cause and to that direction. What you can't have is one or team member being the constant nag in terms of, you know, once you commit to you know, going in a certain direction, and this person is always the doubting one, whether it's the right decision or not. That you can't afford to have. That creates uncertainty and confusion, and in my view, most definitely impacts the outcome.
Thank you. Thank you for adding to that, Mr. Verma. And I thank all the panelists for sharing their viewpoints on this question. Now, we are open for Q&A from the audience. Audience, if you have any question, please post your questions on the chat window or raise your hand and we'll unmute you. If anyone has any question, please raise your hand.
So either all this has been very convincing or rather boring. Either ways.
I would like to believe the former.
Dilpreet, I hope you have served breakfast for everyone. It's still early morning there.
Yeah, we will be serving breakfast. We made sure that everyone listens through it and then only we'll reward them. So we are taking the rewards and recognition part very seriously.
I think you have a message saying all clear. Kudos to the panelists.
Yeah. All right, then if in that case, I would like to just quickly summarize what we have learned so far in this session. And with that, the first panel discussion for our International CEO Conclave has now come to an end. To quickly summarize, I just want to say that, misunderstandings can occur easily when team members have different ways of communicating, or they're working under different assumptions about what is appropriate or what is important for them when they are working with their interests in mind. So what we learned here today is that conflict management is in such a complex world is a challenging task that requires careful planning, communication, and collaboration. To effectively manage conflicts in these teams, it is important to invest in establishing clear communication protocols and guidelines, ensure clear decision-making protocols, and a system of checks and balances, as in the governance and feedback mechanisms that we talked about, and establish a shared set of goals and objectives for the project and, of course, for the organization as a whole. By doing so, cross-functional project teams can overcome cultural and communication barriers, minimize power imbalances and conflicts of interest, and balance competing priorities and interests to achieve their common goals. With that, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our panelists who joined us from different parts of the world today and cared to enlighten us with their views on such an important topic. Thank you all for graciously accepting our invitation to be a part of the conclave, and we look forward to further such collaborations as much as I did hosting you today. So thank you once again.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
meeting everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
All the best.
Very nice to meet
Thank you
you.
so much.
Bye.
Now I'll
Take
hand
care.
it over to Shantanu.
Thank you, panelists, for sharing your views with us. And thank you, Dilpreet, for moderating the session wonderfully. Now we will break for brunch. I would request my dear batchmates to save a breakfast right outside the room and in the hall. When we get back, we have the keynote address by Mr. Rajesh Shaituraman, CEO, President Director, Indonesia, and Business Head, ASEAN Godrej Consumer Products, Indonesia, starting at 1030 hours Indian Standard Time.
Guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
You can?
Okay. Welcome to the next
Okay.
session of AVENSIS, the International CEO Conclave. I, Surbhit Parandyal, with my colleague Pallavi Datta, will be your host and co-host for this session. But before we proceed with this event, I would like to invite Mr. Ranjit, founder of Team Pumpkin, our sponsor and our alumni from the batch of 2009, to present his product, Aeroplane, to the audience. Mr. Ranjit, over to you.
Hi, Surbhit, and hi Pallavi, hi everyone. This is Ranjit. I am XL 2009 GMP. Just 5 minutes of your time. Thank you very much for allowing us to present our product at this CEO conclave. In this 5 minutes, all I can probably say is thank you to XL community and to this event. I run about 200 people advertising agency, and we have over last 1 year understood one communication problem, which is internal. We have always worked on advertising campaigns and things like that for external audience and consumers. So being in this industry of communication, we realized that internal communication is as important as communicating to consumers. So we have built a product. This is the first day of a very first alpha showcase of the product. In just a couple of minutes, we'll give you a very, very 2-minute kind of glimpse. I think you must have seen the video. This is starting of a journey. What we want to tell it to Excel community that any product is not built on day one. It's going to be a long journey, and we want to be associated with XLRI as a community. Let me share my screen and sort of give you a glimpse of the product. I think video you guys have played, so I'm not going to play again. What we have, I think you can see my screen, I guess. So what we have done is that basically, we are bringing the social layer that we are used to into internal communication. And of course, extended to internal intranet and so on and so forth. But at the first stage, what the product Aeroplane is going to give, they are going to give a tool to corporates and to companies to first communicate to internal employees what they are doing externally. I mean, what a company is doing externally, even the internal employee do not know. So first of all, it will aggregate everything that's happening on external. It's going to aggregate everything. I think someone yeah. So it's going to aggregate everything that's going to happen in the external world too. So I mean, this is of course Aeroplane and Team Pumpkin as an alpha user. Also, the tool is going to give an incentive for people to engage with the assets and with the communication that that the company wants to do with its employees. So of course, you see leaderboard, people are prompted to connect their social profiles in order to help company amplify the messages. You also have, since I am an admin really, so I could add people. You also have how company is seeing its internal, its communication amplified by its users. So how companies are seeing advocates, working for them, which is basically internal resources and employees. Every person can also see that how they have amplified or how they have engaged with the messages. Now, in terms of core, this is the starting journey where there are three kind of content or three kind of places that company can bring to the tool. One are of course LinkedIn, whatever they are talking. Second, Twitter, and third is local. I want to tell my employees, say a message which I don't want it to be externally, communicated. So they can say, for example, a Friday evening HR engagement, right? So they could come and put it here. Now, the important part is that this is just a starting journey. We have an app for iOS as well as Android also. What we want to envision this product is to actually next 1 year or so, we have signed up about 4 or 5 people who, company and corporates and also from Excel community who will help us sort of fine tune it within the actual sort of realm of usage, and also build a intranet over as an extension. While we talk about intranet, today's intranet are a legacy applications. People don't want to go and use it, while the external communication has actually evolved so much that we use Reels and TikToks of the world and so on. So what we wanted to extend the product to is a modern intranet communication tool, where if we have to communicate, even say, for example, fill your taxes, why it has to be a boring message? It could be in the form of a story or a reel. So the product is getting evolved to that level over the next 6 months of time. We are going to build a lot of features. If any of you from the community wants to test out the product, wants to help us partner, as we call in product, grandfather users, probably they get a whole host of free usage. Possibly the first year is free if community wants to test out. So idea for the launch today was a very private sort of alpha sort of launch, and showcase the product to you. If anyone wants to connect later, you could connect with us at cockpit@aeroplaneapp.com. So yeah, that's the pitch.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit, for your address to the audience. We're quite excited, and we wish you and the entire team at Pumpkin all the success.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Business transformation refers to the process of changing an organization's structure, processes, and culture in response to changing market conditions, emerging technologies, and other external or internal factors. The strategies for business transformation may vary across different cultures due to differences in value, attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors. So what strategies have proven successful in unstable environment with few certainties? How do the strategies of business transformation in organizations evolve across different cultures? To learn more on this topic, we invite our industry leader, Mr. Rajesh Sethuraman, the CEO, President Director Indonesia, and Business Head ASEAN of Godrej Consumer Products. Mr. Rajesh Sethuraman, an alumni of XLRI Jamshedpur and a versatile global marketing strategist, has proven leadership across multi-country and multicultural environments. Mr. Sethuraman has extensive experience across brand and category innovations and business building, and comes with an experience in digital operation transformation, change management, business and category turnarounds, and consistent profit and share growth for top-tier employers. Mr. Sethuraman, a marketing strategist and brand portfolio management leader, comes with nearly 2 decades of experience driving commercial growth, market share gains, and brand and category performance. Mr. Sethuraman also previously worked with Hindustan Unilever Limited, where he accelerated growth by rewiring Unilever's operations to deliver superior customer experience, also making Unilever customer operations be future fit. Mr. Rajesh Sethuraman will be joining us today from Jakarta, Indonesia. A warm welcome to you, sir. Request you to please share your thoughts with us on the subject.
Thanks a lot. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
If
You're
not,
audible.
just let me know. Thank you very much. So before I start, I just want to quickly check the audience. I can see in my window as view 1 and view 2 are the first year students of XLRI, isn't it?
No, sir.
Second year would have.
We're the PGDM GM batch. So we have the 1-year course. The 2-year program is not here with us. So we're divided into 2 batch. We are joining virtually as well as from the classroom itself.
Okay. Okay, cool. Great. So let me first start thanking all of you to take time and listening in through the whole day. It's not easy to listen in to a full day of relentless advice from a lot of white hat people we are going to see. So it's a great spirit, and I hope you guys stay through it with full spirits and try to have some fun during the day.
It's a privilege having you here, sir, with us.
Thank you very much again. Let me be honest, and let me start with certain truths of life. Whatever you said about me sounds glorious when you have to introduce somebody. But to give confidence to the batch, I come from the system of, I think it's still there, 2 years management program. I probably came ranked 50 or 52 or something in a batch of 60 people doing business management. So there is hope for everybody. That's the first message I want to give. There's hope for everybody. And when I reflect back, I think before getting into grand advices on business strategy changes, let's start from personal journey of mine. And let me talk you how things have changed for me before I talk about how I witnessed change around myself on business. If I look back 25 years ago, I was a very introverted, probably not the best of confidence person. I came into XLRI on my third attempt of the examination. I failed miserably 2 years to get through an entrance exam. I wasn't in the first list of XLRI. I was probably only selected on IIM Lucknow as the other thing, and that fell through. It didn't work out. So I think I was on the second list of XLRI, finally I got a call and somehow I made it through. But during the journey of my life, I wanted to be a management graduate. That was clear. But I don't think I had it all going in my way for two years anyway. Nothing turned up, no examinations I passed. Third year, I barely scrapped through XLRI. So I was so happy to be there. And then there I come and see a batch of people. I'm now talking business management people because the HR people I didn't engage early, very on. Superstars in many ways. Some of the people are the best of my friends, geniuses, topping IITs, topping chartered accountants, the number 1 and number 2 of CA batches coming up. And you didn't realize the race you have just landed up thinking you've succeeded is far bigger than what you actually thought you're going to be. Yeah, so that was the first humbling experience in life. What coming from an education graduation journey where probably I was on the topping side of my school and college and feeling good that I'm a great guy, I landed up in a system where I was repegged back at the bottom. And thankfully, I consistently stayed there till I passed on. So I was amongst the bottom tertile of the people. I had an ambition that I wanted to be in FMCG because I think at that time it was still a very highly desirable sector to get into. On campus, I think every FMCG company, I failed to cross the group discussions, but I couldn't just speak up in the middle of so many people. Yeah. I was lucky that I got into Heinz as it was the last FMCG company on campus, if I remember. And me and a batch of 4 or 5 of my friends finally got through. And I was delighted simply because there was no interview. That was the first year Heinz was coming into India for management graduate program. We were the first batch of management trainees, and they were more than delighted to have us on board. So it was not an interview, but it was a selling session from the HR head and the people who had come to talk about how good Heinz is. And he said, of course, what's the salary? Starting point was so fantastic, sign on. So that's the start of my life. Yeah. Nothing close to what you guys think the designation. My designation seems very long, but that's where I started from. Yeah, and that's why I'm telling you guys there is lots of hope. Life is a big journey. It's a marathon, and you will actually go through significant amount of changes in your own life. Understanding yourself, understanding what you really want, understanding where you are really good, and trying to excel in that space. So whoever is in that position where you're not sure, don't worry, life will sort itself out. That's my first advice to you. After going through Heinz, 3 years into the journey, I was lucky enough to be in the team which launched Heinz Ketchup way back in India in 1999 or 2000. A lot of good learnings there. And one fine day I get a call from Hindustan Lever. Dream job, probably still the dream job for most CPG aspiring people. That look, we are looking for a person in so-and-so geography in this role. We want to interview you. Are you willing to come in? I was desperate. Yes, I landed up and somehow I went through. And that was the next reset which happened in my life. Having thought that, oh, I finally made into Excel, never went from Excel to HUL, finally failed the first round through campus, but second round somehow managed as a direct recruit. That was probably the best thing that happened in my life, because the past 21 years, I'm with Godrej now only from July of last year, but 21 years of my life I've spent in HUL and in Unilever in different forms of jobs and roles. And that has been the most humbling and inspiring journey, because that again set the pace of how much one has to learn and change through life. And at every stage of your career, if you want to just to be in the race to be seen as somebody good, Yeah, that was my big transformation journey. It happened over many phases of life. And there, when I entered, again, I was mentally in a race against the rest of the guys who were there and trying to prove to them, look, I came from outside, but I'm still as good as you. It was a race I was trying to win intellectually. It was a race I was trying to prove to everybody that I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And somewhere in that race of proving to everybody that I'm good, probably I began to become a little bit of a touch arrogant. How I came across to people, I started talking down to people. It was okay. There were certain circumstances in which it was a safe environment to do that. But I think things began to hit me when I started talking to a lot more people outside the regular Indian management system. I started going across to other cultures. I got exposed to a lot of people from other cultures. And my approach to life to prove myself probably overtook me so much that maybe by early 2010 to 2012, I was seen to be extremely an arrogant person, a person who is obnoxious at times, can put you down, is out there to intellectually win an argument and just prove himself. Yeah. And a great leader sat me down and spoke to me about his reflections of how he sees me and gave me 2 words of advice. He said that, look, if you want to be a leader in the rest of your life, try to leave behind an impact on 2 fronts. Leave the people with a sense of hope when you engage with them, and leave people with a sense of pride. People should feel proud about who they are and what they do. And people should always feel there is hope in life. Yeah. Don't come across as a person who can destroy either of them. I think that was one of the profound personal inputs I have received in my life. And the gentleman who gave me is Nitin Panchpat, who heads Unilever's HR now. And ever since then, I've tried following that. First, within the Indian context, and I got the opportunity to move to Africa from 2015 and work there. I think those 2 words have literally guided me, and I think it has helped me change myself to be a person who is far more acceptable. It opened my mind to be a lot more agile in thinking about other things, other cultures, how they look at problems and how they look at solutions, and how I should look at problems and solutions. So I think that's the first thing I would leave behind with all of you. When you step out, you're likely to be in a race. Try to move out of a race with others, get onto a race with yourself to change, and to change for the better. Skill yourself up in whatever side of business you are going to get up. But don't lose sight of the fact that you're going to leave an impact on people. When you're going to leave an impact on people, ensure they feel proud of working with you, proud of the environment or the culture and the organization in which you're going to work. And you're going to feel hopeful that there is always a better way and a brighter way to do things. That will help you be the leader who's going to drive change. Yeah. So these are my 2 personal advice. Personally, I think I'm still on the journey of making this better for myself. But I think in the last 10 years, as compared to my first 10 years of my professional life, I've definitely benefited from these 2 profound words that were offered to me by Nitin. Now, let me shift gears to how I have witnessed change. So I happen to be on the top of an organization in the last 6 months, but largely I have worked through the ranks of an organization, risen up, witnessing different changes led by others, and looked at things from other people's lens and learned through their lens of experience as well. So let me go back in time and talk about what I've heard from people and what I've witnessed on some of the things. So if you guys all remember the Surf Excel Daag Achhe Hain campaigns, last 3 days doing a major amount of rounds on the LinkedIn with everybody congratulating everybody other to have worked on Surf Excel. So I also happen to have worked on Surf Excel. But the story goes 10, 12 years before that. And the story is about how you bring change. I don't know if you follow advertising and you do want to do that, go back into time and look up at YouTube. Surf Excel has had a fair bit of successful advertising campaigns. There was a period of time when Surf Excel used to have Surf Excel Hannah as a piece of a campaign, which ran, I think, for 4 or 5 years. Very successful, premium brand, no need for change. Yeah, it was running successfully. And there came along at a point of time a journey where someone from the global organization had discovered this philosophy of dirt is good, where they said that children learn better if they get liberated rather than being constrained into learning environments which are force-fitted, which is now very common. Most of you probably have lived your lives that way, but when we were growing up, we were still growing up to be the engineer or the doctor in the family and nothing else. That sounded brilliant as an idea, but I think the magic of that idea was, and how the team landed it in India is where the magic is. While education and through personal experience was a great phenomena, was brilliant from a Western concept. And in fact, there is a piece of ad, I think it's called Omo Whale, if I remember right. Google it up and you'll see it. It talks about young kids on, I think it's a Brazilian ad, on the shores of a beach somewhere in Brazil, and they are learning, they're picking up sticks and leaves and all of that, and they finally pans out and they've created a whale. Say, okay, life is about learning through experiences, brilliant. But I think the Indian team which took on this journey, and Gopal, who is now the Airtel CEO, Sudhir, who's now my new boss, these were the guys who worked on it, and they actually took the idea, but took it to being relevant in the Indian context. And it took them a long time to arrive at that sweet spot of values, values, the human values of how do you develop as a child and how do parents look at the development of children through the lens of not only education, but the lens of how do I ensure my child is growing as a good human being. And value system, in the Asian value system, the values in that was a great place to land up. And lo and behold, magic began to happen. And that first ad, the Puddle War, which is an iconic ad, I think, even today, if you go and ask anybody in the consumer, remember the Surf Excel ad, they talk to you about this little kid who walks and falls into the puddle. And I think it's a brilliant example of change. Change because two things. You let go of a successful past in your own country of advertising. You change to adapt an idea, a concept which came from the Western world. And third time, you changed it to make it relevant into the country. And these three are reflections of the quality of mind, the thinking, the clarity of vision, and the conviction behind the change, to land a change. And for the last 20 years, Surf Excel has been on the same advertising idea of Dagache and benefits from that through different renditions and many, many executions. So change, the impact of change is going to be consistent, but culturally, it should take its relevant translations. But more importantly, you have to build the ability to convince each other that that shift needs a cultural nuance. Because in a large organization, especially like Unilever, where it's multi-country, centrally run, locally run, large organizations tend to have a potential weak side, which is the center tends to believe that what they say is true everywhere. So it takes both sides of the organization, people sitting in the market and people sitting in the center, to appreciate the nuances and the conversations that needs to happen on both sides. What is right, what is relevant, what is true for your market may not be true for my construct, but my construct of change is the same. So how do you create an ability to make a change within the realm of the aligned strategy, but give the freedom to be relevant and right in your market? I think that is a very important nuance. And whenever change happens, I think that's a critical piece to remember. How do you land a change in that construct? Yeah. As I move along, and I look at my journey forward, two things happened. So way back in 2011, I inherited my role, 2011, yeah, 2011, inherited my role actually from Sudhir, who is now the CEO of DCPL Global. And he was doing laundry and I was doing skin cleansing in Unilever, and we switched jobs. And there was a task of having to defend against a growing threat of Tide in India at that point of time. Tide had come with Tide Naturals, and the growing threat of Tide Naturals was big. Unilever was probably at its weakest moments of time in the 4-5 years in laundry, because we didn't have the right answers to solve the problem of Tide Naturals. And somebody in the senior management journey actually threw this idea of Surf Excel actually has two variants inside it. One is the quick wash, which is the premium one, and the other one is called Surf Excel Blue. Can we do something about it? Why not activate it to make something out of it? The common logic of management theory is you don't try to dilute your equity by playing on the lower tier on a premium brand. And I still think that's the right approach and right thing in a general principle. Gopal, who I admire for his genius, always held the view that we shouldn't go down the path of activating Surf Excel Blue. Many people were on the fence of is it the right thing to do or not. And it so happened that Gopal then moved on to Airtel. So we didn't have his wisdom in the system. And I was actually very confused. Honestly, I didn't know whether to do it. And if I had to do it, I didn't even know how to do it. And of course, there was a large team working at it. It happened at a time where there were some changes within the journey of management. So people in my team were changing. I had 2 bosses changing. So lots of flux. And when you have lots of flux, everybody comes in with a new impression and a new view of what life should be. But I had a guiding voice who was always telling me that, look, this is the only way I think we will be able to win the strategy in the long term. So we have to find a solution. And my team, and I have a colleague who now sits in the global organization of Unilever in home care called Nitish. So a lot of them put their hearts and minds out, and we got a German of an idea called Das Hato Ki Shakti, and we created a comprehensive mix called Surf Excel Easy Wash. And yeah, it's been a fairly successful run for Surf Excel since Surf Excel Easy Wash came into the market. I think it's added about 10x or 12x of its starting volume in the last 10 years. So it's turned the destiny of the brand significantly, along with many other things that we've done over a bit of time. But I think the story in that is conviction. It's about the conviction which you have to hold. If you believe that the destination is right, you have no clue of how to get to the destination. And I honestly telling you, 3 years of time, we had more failures to come to the solution than what we have. And if you ask me honestly, can it be replicated? My personal view is it can't be. It's actually a big success within the realms of Hindustan Lever. But my personal view, I don't think that kind of a success can be replicated. It had a strange set of circumstances which went for it. I think it was a conviction of the team which worked on it. My R&D colleagues, my supply chain colleagues, my team, everybody, we just believe that the vision is right and we'll find a way to get an answer which resonates with the Indian consumers. So through change, you need to find people who will be convinced about the option of where the change destination is going to lead to. Through change, you need to find like-minded people who are going to be willing to grind through the journeys and come out on the other side. Through change, it is important that you live and walk and breathe the vision more often than not, because people have to see a group of people who are convinced that a change is possible. Because if you give up the hope, then there is no hope of a change coming through. So that is probably the next learning which I have gained over a period of time. So we did a lot. We started seeing success in 2013, 2014, 2015. And I was given the opportunity to lead home care in Unilever Africa. So there I go, full of success, confidence that, look, you've done something wonderful in India. So let me now start fitting everything I know from India to everything I can see in Africa. So that was the next journey of learning. You land up in a market, and Africa is as diverse as you can ever imagine it to be. First is I land up in South Africa, which is very different to the rest of Africa in its trade structure and its consumer profile to everything it offers. And then the rest of Africa with 40 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, very, very different challenges of what each country offers. Fresh out of a success of doing something wonderful in one of Unilever's largest markets in India, I started preaching to everybody in Africa about how to fix home care without really understanding much about the market and business. And I think that's the second or the third learning I would say is success actually can blind you sometimes, and if you are ever given the responsibility of trying to replicate it, before jumping into action and convincing people that what you're going to offer is the right solution, it's very important to listen to people and really, really understand whether it makes sense. On paper, it might make sense, but the ground realities, the cultural nuances, the consumer realities of the market would not probably be right to just do a cut paste of what you thought is working. I think that was another humbling journey for me, because it made me realize that how much I don't listen, despite having learned that I need to listen, and how much I don't listen, how much I come with preconceived notions about what I think is right. And again, it was a fabulous experience of learning and listening and looking at people, looking at consumers, traveling, and then figuring out that probably the answer in Africa is not only unlocking Omo, which is the Surf Excel equivalent, but actually unlocking the power of the master brand, which is Sunlight. Sunlight is a mega brand of Unilever in Africa, and unlocking it as a master brand equity and making it play to the masses is probably the right way to win home care in Africa. So took a lot of time, a lot of effort to realize that. And then we set on a journey to do something. I left Africa before the journey completed, but from what I know, Sunlight still remains as the #1 brand of Africa for Unilever. So not that I made it #1, I think even before I entered it was #1, but it just began to accelerate a lot more and become a lot more relevant in different markets across Africa. So it's about the third or the fourth lesson is not about getting blindsided by your own successes of your past and thinking the same things will apply. You almost have to unlearn and relearn at every opportunity that comes your way to really see whether what you want to do is meaningful and relevant. If you don't, you will go down a path of a rabbit hole, and it takes a long time to come out. Then I get an opportunity to work in a massive team, which was driving a massive operations change, digitization, process operations. And I was probably the least qualified to land up in the team because I'm not a process person. I'm not digitally savvy. All I know is how to run a business or how a business should be run. So again, I landed up with the responsibility for driving change across a fair bit of number of markets. And through that learning, first is I had to skill myself up and fully understand everything about the operations, at least to a level where I can hold a conversation with somebody. Forget about being an expert in that area. But to that journey, I latched on to a couple of people who were real masters of that entire skill set area of what needs to be changed. It was largely in supply chain and sales operations. And I have been a marketing person all my life with very little experience in operations. And I am here trying to drive change, talking to the various heads of businesses across the different countries of Unilever, trying to convince them why this is important. And I realized I can't do that if I don't build credibility. So actually made this person, there's a guy called Prashant who works in Unilever Indonesia, as my guru. I mean, he's probably 2008 batch or something, so 10 years junior to me. But I made him my guru to teach me everything that I wanted to know about what I wanted to drive as change. I ensured that the brightest of people came along with me. Somebody from sales who is much better than me in sales operations, somebody from IT who is much better than me in any way in IT, and put them as the front end of my sales pitch to every country head when I had to knock on their doors and say, look, here is Unilever's program. We are going to drive a change. It's going to take 12 months. This is the benefit out of it. Rather than me giving the theory, let me walk you through the lens of 3 experts who have seen it happen and how the change can land. And slowly the doors started opening in Unilever in different countries, and we started making different levels of accelerated change across all these countries, largely in Asia, in China, and in Thailand and Philippines, etc. The learning there is always be ready to know who is better than you. You're not likely to be the leader of a pack just because of your hierarchy. It is best to put the situational leader in front of an audience who wants to hear the right things, rather than trying to be the false leader in front of an audience trying to drive change. Yeah, so I think that is the fourth learning which I have, or fifth learning which I have gained over a period of time about how do we manage change. It is best to expose the best authority on a matter of change in front of people who are wanting the change. Yeah, so that is my fourth or the fifth learning, I would say. And I think the last 6-7 months now, I have landed up in Godrej in Indonesia. Early days, we are trying to do a lot, coming from different people. The leadership group is coming from a lot of different people, different organizations. We're all trying to come and do many things to make Godrej Indonesia really raise the bar on what we think is a world-class organization. And one thing I've learned, again, Indonesia is very new to me, so I don't know it well enough. Consumers I'm still learning about consumers and culture. But one thing I've learned here, and I think it's a Javanese something, is a kind of a saying in the Javanese culture, which says that, and I'm going to read off my phone because I noted it down. It says that if you want to be the leader who's driving change, let people see you being with them through the journey. Be a role model, be their trusted companion and their loyal supporter. You need to be all the three. Yeah, you have to be to first give the vision. You have to be the one to whom they can come up and open up and tell you the problems you're driving a change. And also, more importantly, you believe in them and make them believe that you are their biggest supporter. And that, I think, is probably the real requirement of a leader. Now I'm talking of my 6 months as a CEO. When I've taken over, because all my life I've been in segmented roles, not necessarily running an organization. And I think now when I reflect on this saying, it is absolutely true. The things we are trying to do and change in Godrej in Indonesia, it's going to take a long time to change. It's about delivering business and driving improvements. We have to present a culture where the leaders are seen to be accessible and can listen to bad news, where anybody and everybody can open up and talk honestly to the leader, so that you can bring the real voice of what is not happening right up to the top, so that you can start thinking about how do you drive change. It's not an easy thing. Bad news doesn't travel up fast. Feedback doesn't travel up fast. So you need to be, as a leader, out in the markets, understanding firsthand, be visible, be walking the streets with people, sitting down with them and understanding every simple problem they have, and can you step back and solve for it in a manner where they will see, yeah, this is a guy or a leader, a lady or a man who tends to listen to us and solve our problems. So we should probably listen to him when he's talking about change. I think that's the kind of attempt one needs to do when you're now at the top of, let's say, the top of the table of an organization. And that's a big learning for me. I've never been in the kind of role I'm doing now. So I'm learning through this journey of being open, being visible at the bottom, listening to people and driving change. And maybe 5 years down the line, when we have another of this conclave, I'll tell you whether it was successful or not. But that's largely what I wanted to share. I also realized that it's important to share a couple of videos, otherwise people tend to switch off. So let me try to see if I can share. I'm not the best in technology, so I'm going to struggle. Let me see if I can. Is anybody a master on telling me how to share a video? On Zoom?
So you can share your screen and you
How
can
do I
turn
do
on the
that?
video.
If I just turn on the video, it'll come, is it? Okay, tell me, how do I share my screen?
So you should be able to see a share screen button on your screen. Is it?
On the Zoom link. No.
Yes. It's a green button.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So have a look at this, and there is a learning. Everything can be translated into a learning. So I'll try to take the learning out of this video also. Are you able to see my video?
Yes, sir.
I guess you won't be able to hear the audio because I have my plugs on. But the audio is not important, it's the video. I guess you guys get the message. Have fun. I think that's the most important part of work and life. Have fun, build. Don't take yourself too seriously. If you have to be successful, never, never, never forget that you are one amongst them and not one above them. Keep that in your mind and be consistent to that, and you will see life giving you wonderful opportunities. Yeah, thank you. That's where I wanted to share and pause. Thank you, guys.
Yes. We do this a lot in our college. Whatever you just.
I know. I started from there only. So, but when I took it to Africa, people hadn't done it before. So there's always a first time for somebody somewhere in the world. Let me pause here, and if there are any questions or anything.
Yes, sir. So we will be opening the floor for questions now from the audience. You can please raise your hand and ask your questions. Akash? You're not visible, Akash. Is it possible for you to unmute from your screen or maybe come closer to the camera?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Hi, Rajesh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Good to see your Alam, Rajesh. Always to hear sharing your experiences and seeing your career graph for the last 25 years being in the FMCG industry. And that too you shared about Surf Excel also, which has become the $1 billion brand, the first Indian personal care brand. Glad to share those, hear that experiences. So my question will be something which you have done like from the field of your marketing. So we see that after COVID-19, the value chains have changed a lot. The strategies have changed for the companies. So my question is like, how is Godrej Consumer Products, or you can take it from HUL also because you have spent a considerable time there, how they are adapting to the changing consumer preferences and behavior, particularly with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic?
So let me give you two examples. I think the first one is, I'll talk about Godrej consumers in Indonesia. Since I never joined Godrej in India, I wouldn't have relevant examples to share from the Indian business context. But let me talk about what I have seen in Godrej Indonesia. In Godrej Indonesia, when the pandemic hit in 2020 Jan, it was quite clear that the impact is going to be big, and the portfolio didn't have any brand of which could have an offering to the situation at hand. And actually, within a period of about 60 days, the Indonesian team created and launched a brand called Sanitar. You can Google it up and you'll see. It's an Indonesian brand of Godrej. Completely homegrown, a range of sanitizers, wipes, aerosol sprays, everything which is possible to get to the pandemic. So the big thing which I have seen is the agility and the alignment and the agility to solve for a big consumer problem, and that you could create a mix in 60, and that's a very successful mix which went into the market. It almost scaled up to be about 10% of Godrej's business in Indonesia last year. So that was the kind of response I've seen in Godrej. The other thing, obviously, is digitizing. The amount of processes which are not digitized, you'll be amazed at even large companies like Unilever. And I'm not talking of Hindustan Lever, because Hindustan Lever is leagues ahead of many other organizations I've known in my life. But even within other aspects of Unilever, many aspects of processes were not fully digitized, not interconnected, which resulted in decision making being very slow, people double guessing each other, and hence missing out on an opportunity to serve consumers or customers. E-com obviously is the most obvious front end, which is visible to everybody, because all of us started ordering from e-com to be served at home. But the systems behind inside the organizations weren't geared for that kind of a rapid response. And I think that is a big area of change, digitizing and getting the signals of demand to the signals of manufacturing as quickly and as without adulteration as possible has been the biggest. Probably it is true now for every industry, not to lose the signal of demand to the signal of manufacturing, so that you can service the demand in the right way, in the right location. I think that those are the two big things I have personally seen the last 3 years since COVID. And of course, there are many other things. If I just were to highlight it, these would be the two things.
Thanks, Rajesh. Just adding up. So you see, previously, like these conglomerates like HUL and all, so we say that economies of scales can be achieved through a large distribution channel, or companies having edge over their large distribution network will have a competitive advantage. Do you feel that, as you mentioned, that e-com is one of the channel you need to be strong in the digital sales part? Do you think that increasing demands in the e-com sector and the digital channel sales will be an edge, and companies who are only relying on the distribution network and not on the D2C part or the B2C part will not be able to sustain over the companies who have this advantage?
See, actually, the question has a lot of generalization, so I don't want to respond in general. You first need to be clear on the channel profile in a geography. In India, even today, and even in Indonesia, even today, in India, 70% of the consumer buying happens through the traditional trade. A large portion of the digital commerce happens through certain tier of cities, which is not in the same scale. Even I read some facts, I don't know how true it is, on LinkedIn, that bulk of Indian e-com business happens by 60 million consumers or something. Some number I've read recently. It tells you that you need to be coexistent on both. It is not one vis-a-vis the other. You have to serve all the needs in the market. If your organization is not geared to serve all the needs of the market, you're at a disadvantage. Now, whether that need is highly skewed in one country towards e-com or to D2C or to some other channel is a geography country construct. It will differ by different geographies. You go to the Western world, it's probably no GT, more modern trade and more omni-channel. But it's completely subject to the country which you serve and the channels in the country which you serve. And the question to ask is each channel being served in the right manner, with the right intensity and the right customer centricity? If you get an answer yes, then you're competitive. If you get an answer no, then you're not competitive. I don't know if you're talking or I can't hear you, but
You're not audible, Akash.
Yeah, Rajesh, I got the context. It's basically you need to identify the balance, and depending on the geographies you are expanding, how the e-com is moving there, or whether it relies on the traditional distribution network. Thank you, Rajesh, for the answer, and look forward to any alumni homecoming where you would be coming to Excel and we guys can meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions?
Hi, Rajesh. I'm Divya.
Hi. Hi,
Like
Divya.
Akash mentioned, it's really glad to get our alumni back. So one question that I have for you today is, like, we talk a lot about strategies for an organization. We have also read a lot about corporate strategy. And parallelly, we also talk a lot about the culture. So how do we strike that balance between culture and strategy of an organization?
Culture precedes everything. You cannot have a strategy if the culture is not enabling the strategy to execute. So if you have a problem at hand, fix the culture first. Even if you don't have a strategy, fix what is going on in your business today with the culture you as a leader want. Whether the culture is moving in that direction, then unleash whatever strategy you want to. Because eventually strategy is nothing but a piece of paper if it's not executed well. And execution can only get done if the culture enables it to happen. So if you have, I am of a believer that culture precedes everything. I have seen it, I've witnessed it, I've seen it in different contexts of life. Getting the culture, and it's the culture of the organization may be difficult, but at least your team culture, chances are, if unless you're going to start up in com and have a venture capitalist fund, you will become a CEO in the next 2 years. You're going to rise up a corporate ladder. If you're going to rise up a corporate ladder, you're going to be in different situations where the overall corporate culture may or may not be influenced by you. But try to influence the small group of people who are going to be working with you. Culture becomes infectious. People will want to get more out of that kind of a working, and more people will want to work with you. And that sets the ball rolling for you. So get culture right.
That answers. Thank you so much.
We have time for one last question, sir, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
Hello, sir. This is Rinjal. So, my question was, hello. Yeah, my question was, I wanted to understand. So we see that demography has a lot to do with the success of a product in the market. So, like, as a marketer, how do you exactly, judge or try to understand the market sense, or get the sense of the market, especially with respect to the culture part?
So when you say demography, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, when you're launching.
Give me an example where you've noticed success in the example you gave.
Yeah. So maybe a society like a culture-centric product, when you're trying to launch a product. So you can see a product is probably successful in some demography and which is not successful in some demography. So is there some matrix which you consider when you're trying to launch a product?
Okay, I would look at it not through that lens. It's simply put, if you have unlocked a need which is universal, the need cuts across society, culture, and becomes relevant. If you have unlocked a need within the context of a culture, you will find products and mixes and solutions right for the culture, but not outside. So what you need to try to do in the journey of understanding what opportunity, trying to understand what is the need I want to solve for, what is the problem I want to solve for, or what is the benefit I want to offer, and why is that benefit more important than any other alternate solution the consumer has. Does that benefit have scale so that I can make business sense out of it? Can that scale help me travel across cultures? And is that size of cultural requirement my requirement to launch it? Because that's where my size of my business and scale is important. Or can I live with a smaller niche offering? It's a management choice. But start with understanding what need you want to serve for the consumer and then move up the ladder from there.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out to address our batch. I'm sure there'll be a lot of key takeaways for us, especially from the personal experiences that you shared with us. You very rightly pointed out that learning is a continuous process. We need to gain larger perspective in life, leave a very strong impact on people, listen, and more importantly, empathize before we implement any kind of change. The concept of unlearning before relearning, because preconceived notion can harm the business. And the most important learning is to have fun and much more. It was great having you here with us, sir. Thank you very much. And we wish you a very good day ahead.
Thank you, guys, and all the best. I'm sure all of you will be rock stars soon. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Sandeep for joining in.
Hi, Sandeep. So our next keynote address is from a seasoned banker with over 30 years of experience in the financial services industry, who has worked with different stakeholders and across different geographies, which itself is an intricate and challenging task and requires strategic and thoughtful approach to manage stakeholders across different locations. And so our next topic for the keynote address is stakeholder management across dividend geographies, which will be delivered to us by Mr. Sandeep Uppal. Mr. Sandeep Uppal is the president and CEO of HSBC Philippines. He's a graduate from Sriram College of Commerce and is also an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur. During his tenure at HSBC Philippines, Mr. Uppal has focused on driving the bank's growth and expansion in the country. He has led the bank in its efforts to provide innovative and sustainable financial solutions to its clients, while also promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion within the organization. Mr. Uppal is known for his strategic vision and ability to navigate complex regulatory environments. He is also recognized for his strong leadership skills and commitment to building high-performing teams that deliver exceptional growth. He is a respected and accomplished leader in the banking industry, and his contributions to HSBC Philippines have helped the bank strengthen its position in the local market. Mr. Uppal will be joining us from Philippines. Welcome you, sir.
Thanks very much for that very colorful introduction. This topic is interesting about stakeholder management. Just before I continue, am I audible enough?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, that's great. So I'll probably divide the session into three parts. The first, I'll provide an introduction, and the reason I want to provide an introduction about myself and my career is because a lot of what I'll talk about stakeholder management is in fact interweaved into my experience as well. And then I'll probably share with you some of my thoughts on stakeholder management. And then clearly, as we've done with the previous speaker, open it up to Q&A, and maybe that's possibly the most valuable. So just to kick it off, I graduated from XLRI in 1990, and I joined banking So I've been in the banking industry for now 33 years. Since March 93, I've been with HSBC. So next month I complete 30 years with HSBC. I started my journey with HSBC India. I was based out of Mumbai. And in 97, I joined the holding company, which is HSBC Holdings, which has quite an interesting concept. It's called the International Manager Program. So we are known as IMs, and currently there are 250 of us who are employed by the holding company, but we are not aligned with any country or function. So you're a permanent expat, and depending on the group's requirement and priorities, every 3 to 5 years, you move to a different part of the world. So as you can see, literally for the last 25 years, I've done stakeholder management across geographies. And I'll come to some of the points which I would like to share in a moment. Now, after I left HSBC India, my first posting was looking after the retail branches in HSBC Philippines. That was for 2 years, still fairly junior in the organization. So you just took your marching orders. At that time, I had a CEO, and I'll come back to that, whose name was Brian Frederick. Fortunately, the 2 years I was there, I had really good engagements with him, although he was not my line manager because I was that much more junior in the role. But I ensured that I had some meaningful engagements with him so that I could put across management skills, technical skills across to him. Then the bank required someone to move to Hong Kong to be the EA for a GMO ran Hong Kong and China. So I moved across to Hong Kong and I spent 2 years out there, which were really good 2 years because quite often when you get into the regional hubs, that's a really good place to build up your stakeholder management and the people you need to work with. After that, I was moved to London to look after some of the branches in West London. And that was a nondescript role, but the advantage of that role was that it was based in London, where the group head office was. And a lot of the stakeholders for the group were based out of the head office. Although I didn't have any direct engagement with these stakeholders, I ensured that with a level of periodicity, I was dipping myself and popping across to the head office to have some meaningful engagements with some of the folks in the head office. And at that time, one of the persons who I got to know was within the group human resources. And guess what? That when a role for a global project in private bank came up, he put forward my CV as someone should be looked at by the head of the private bank. And I got that role. So I moved into the head office. And as part of that role, while I was part of private banking, I had a lot of engagements with the retail bank and with the commercial bank. And I used these engagements to really build out a stakeholder map for myself. And once I finished the project in 2 years' time, I moved to the commercial bank in the UK, based out of Birmingham as the regional commercial manager. And the reason I got that role was because as part of the private bank project, I had engaged with the head of UK commercial banking, and that allowed me to step into this role. After having done that role for 2 years, I was on a holiday and I suddenly get a call from the group head of HR saying, would you like to go as Chief Executive Officer Mauritius? Now that is completely out of the blue. And once again, the reason I got the call and not someone else was the fact that when I was doing the private bank project, I used to go across to Paris, and the head of commercial banking Paris had some really good, meaningful engagements with me. And because of that, he remembered me, and he eventually went on to become the group head of HR. And when this role in Mauritius came up, he immediately thought of me and put a call across. So I did this role in Mauritius for 4 or 5 years. And at that time, the UK head of commercial bank had by then become the global head of commercial bank. And when they needed someone to head commercial banking in India, he tapped me to move across from Mauritius to India. So that's what brought me to India as well. Interestingly, when I was doing the India role, I was reporting to the global or the Asia head of commercial banking, who's now the global head. And again, He was my line manager. We had meaningful engagements, and then a really interesting role, which was looking after the multinational business globally based out of Hong Kong came up. He pulled me into Hong Kong. And the Philippines role came up a year later. And once again, because some of the people I'd interacted with, who were then the decision makers into this role, they remembered that I could do the job and they had the mandate. So they said, look, Sandeep, can you do this role? It's a big franchise for us, 1,000 people, and we need to turn around. So the reason I'm going in this roundabout manner is to just interweave that stakeholder management is not just a theory of it, but when you look back at your career and the way you function, it really makes a huge difference in how your career eventually phases out. So just give me a second. I'm just going to put on the air conditioner. It's a bit warm. Yeah. Next, I want to talk about stakeholder management is even within the corporate world and within HSBC, quite often, there's a negative connotation to stakeholder management because mostly people think that stakeholder management is about the politics of it. But my experience is that stakeholder management is important for both the business side as well as the personal side. And the reason I'm saying that is that irrespective of the size of the team you look after, it's the network you carry which benefits the business and the team. So do remember, when we say stakeholder management, it's not just about personal gratification, but it has a real benefit for the business, and your team would really value and benefit from that, and the business you run would benefit from that. Clearly, from the personal perspective, it is hugely rewarding because the bigger the network you have, and stakeholder can be both internal and external, paybacks are huge. Another aspect to remember is it's not painful. So when you talk about stakeholder management, it's really about engaging with people. And if you're even remotely extrovert, what you'll find is you'll enjoy those interactions. And secondly, every interaction is a source of knowledge. And you'd be surprised how these little bits of information can come back and become very valuable. So stakeholder management is not just personal, it's about business, it's enjoyable, and it has immense value. But the important part is, and that's what I encourage a lot of our talent as well as, it has to have a purpose. So never try and manage a stakeholder for the sake of managing a stakeholder. You have to weave some kind of a purpose in it. And at the same time, it has to be an exchange of value. So any engagement you have, while you're looking to draw a benefit, just think through how you can also provide some insight, some information which may be valuable to the other person. If you do that, what's likely to happen is that your next engagement will be much more welcoming. But if you manage a stakeholder and the person can see clearly that it's a one-way exchange of value, then they're unlikely to entertain any further requests for meetings from your end. So do remember, it should have a purpose, it should have an exchange of value. Another important point to remember is, in the corporate world, there is a very thin line between perception and reality. And in fact, one of the line managers I worked for had this beautiful line, and it's so true. He said, Sandeep, perception is reality unless proved otherwise. And through stakeholder management, what we often try and do is to ensure that the perceptions which can float around the organizations can be addressed and people know you as who you are rather than how they perceive it to be. And that's a very important element because what we find at management level is, and it's at every level of management, that most managers, because of the speed with which they need to execute, there is an inherent tendency to jump to conclusions. And when you jump to conclusions, perception always wins. But when you have stakeholders, when you engage with them, you can kill those perceptions which may be around. Another interesting part I find of engaging with stakeholders is, unlike a computer, when you can wipe the memory, the beauty of the human mind is, till now we haven't come out a way in which you can wipe the memory. So any engagement you have, the visual, the audio of it is tucked away somewhere in the person's mind. So the investment you make never goes to naught, because unless the guy really loses it, will carry that knowledge about you and what you said. Now that's a double-edged sword, because while it's a very positive perception, it's a great investment. But if you made a complete fool of yourself, then you better figure out a way how you're going to erase that for yourself. Now, when I started my career, and I go back to early 90s, we didn't have that many tools of stakeholder management. There were no mobile phones, there were no emails. So everything was face-to-face. So you were always limited by the number of people you could influence. Now, if I fast forward to 2023, we are really fortunate because our engagement with stakeholders cuts across a number of tools. So clearly, face-to-face, which was there in the early 90s, still exists. Maybe if you leave out the pandemic, people's ability to travel is a lot more today than it was 30 years back. 30 years back, traveling, taking a flight, whether in the country or internationally, was a treat. So clearly, the face-to-face is similar and maybe a little better in the current environment. Emails are all pervasive, and we can see how they're used or abused for stakeholder management. I'm surprised at times when I see emails where the addressee list is 300, 500 people. Now, it's a very effective tool, and it is something you're using pretty much every minute of the corporate world. But you just need to be careful in how you use email for stakeholder management. And it comes down to stuff like, whom do you address, whom do you CC, whom do you BCC, and how do you write that email itself. And the reason I'm saying it's a very tricky tool because you're using it all the time. And unlike a face-to-face conversation, email has no color to it. So you could write a line. You can try and put an emoji in it as well. But you have no idea how you get perceived at the other end. And it's like a brand that you may have built a brand within the organization for decades. One lousy email can wipe that whole thing out. So I would say just be careful. It's a great tool, but see it as an extension of your brand. Be careful whom you address it to, whom do you copy it to, and just assume that there's nothing private in the email. Because once you press the button on the email, you have no idea where all it can travel. Especially in multinational companies, I'm quite surprised that I pressed the button just to an individual. And 3 days later, I get an email back, and I can see there are other 50 people who accessed that email, have been copied, have reviewed and commented without my engagement. So email is all pervasive, but just be very careful as a tool. Clearly, Zoom, like we're doing today, is great for stakeholder management. But again, it has to be used judiciously, because if you use too much of Zoom, then people switch off. I would say option between face-to-face or Zoom. I would still pick face-to-face because clearly much more impactful as compared to Zoom. But listen, it's a great way to get your brand out to a very large number of people. And the last one is an interesting one, and I call it the test of stakeholder management. And that's called WhatsApp test. And why I'm saying a WhatsApp test is, when you work in an organization, you have access to everyone's email ID, including the global CEO, regional CEOs, anyone you may wish to reach, because that's the whole purpose of a corporate email. Now, if you think you got an engagement with a stakeholder, a good test is, are they on your speed dial on your WhatsApp. Because what we see in the corporate world is people are very judicious to whom they share their personal number and their WhatsApp numbers. So a good test of a stakeholder management is, are they on speed dial with you? So just use that test as well. Now, just going back to the topic, while we're saying it's diverse geographies, I would say it applies equally to a regional context, a local context like India, and clearly a global context. So across geographies is not just multinationals. My experience having worked in India, and I worked in Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta, is that the cultural nuances, the differences, and the breadth of the geography, the same principles I'm talking about, will talk about, apply as much to someone working within India, with an Indian corporate, as it applies clearly to someone working in a multinational environment. Now, if I just talk about multinational environment, and especially when it cuts across international geographies, your tools get limited. And where the tools get limited, your propensity to have face-to-face reduces, because your stakeholders clearly at times can be 20 hours flight from where you are. So what you have to ensure is that any face-to-face engagement you have, you know it's going to be once in a blue moon. You really make that count. You create an environment for yourself for those face-to-face engagements. So for example, for us personally, second home is London, so is the group office. So even if I go on holiday and I'm there in London for 2 weeks, I'll probably take a day off my holiday and just go into the building to just catch up with people. So just remember that any face-to-face engagement in a cross-geographic environment, especially multinational, is worth its weight in gold. So never give up that opportunity, whether it's on corporate time or your own time. Second is, in an international environment, perception is huge. Reality is a minority. And that's because people work on very few data points. They may see you once, maybe their stakeholders will never seen you. So they have their own impression of what you look like, what you are, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. So just remember that the drawback when it's an international environment is A, face-to-face will be limited. And second is perceptions will rule and reality will be rare. So how does one approach it? Clearly, with all the benefits, managing stakeholders, I do believe that there has to be a method in the madness. You can't just wake up and assume that stakeholders will get managed. I do come across people in the bank who say, I'm not good at stakeholder management, my work should speak for itself. Now, that's utopia, because frankly, the work itself never speaks for itself. You need yourself and others to speak about that work. And when others need to speak about, they become the stakeholders. So I think it's a cop-out. It's people being lazy, saying, look, I'm not good at stakeholder management. As I said, it's important for the job you do. It's important for your team and clearly important for yourself. Now, the way I like to approach stakeholder management is just draw it out. Who are your stakeholders? Now, that can literally be, some people are very good visually. They can think through and close their eyes and they have a stakeholder map. There are some who like to draw it out. I'm probably the latter, because that time when I draw it out, that image then sticks in my mind somewhere. So I'll just run you through who are the kind of stakeholders one needs to work with in the corporate world, especially when it's a cross-geography international environment. One is entity management. So the entity management, the way it's used, and some of you may be well aware, is who's your line manager. So for example, I'm CEO of Philippines. We have a CEO Asia. So the CEO Asia is my line manager, whose line manager will be the group CEO. So that's what we call entity management. So at times, you could have functional management on top of entity management. So for example, the head of HR in Philippines will report to me as an entity manager, but the head of HR in Philippines will also report to the head of HR Asia based out of Hong Kong on a functional management basis. So that matrix always comes. So you got line management you got to look after, then you got functional management to look after. On top of that, and these come naturally, if you ask me, it's the easier one. So the entity management and functional management is more straightforward, comes a lot easier. Where it gets a little more tricky is what I call the second order stakeholders. So they're the enabling functions. So for example, and let's take my example, I report into entity management in Hong Kong. So that's my national one, but then they're enabling functions. So there'll be Asia head of HR, Asia head of operations, Asia head of legal. So what you need to do is to be able to tap and see who are the key enablers you need to also work as stakeholders with. Then there's another sort of crowd in corporates, what we call and in social media, they're called the influencers. And the reason I'm terming those as influencers is, from your perspective, they may not be the entity manager, they may not be the functional manager, they may not be in the enabling function, but their personalities with strong sway in the corporate. So just ensure that you're able to identify the influences and are able to engage with them as well. And the last one is, quite often we forget the external stakeholders. So while internal stakeholders are in your face, also draw up a list of external stakeholders. The reason for that is, one is it helps you build a network in the market. It helps your business dealing with those people. And also the fact that your external stakeholders, and this is where it gets really complex, are also dealing with your internal stakeholders. So if you cover your external stakeholders, you've ensured that they really get who you are, what you're looking to do. And if they feed that back to your internal stakeholders, that's a great outcome. So once you draw up this map, it's always good to draw up an engagement plan. And I'm not saying it needs to be like an Excel-based plan, but it can be fairly loose, that you should have in your mind that these are the stakeholders you want to engage with a level of frequency. And that can be defined that, okay, if I meet someone in the regional office twice a year, that's fine. But maybe there are folks I need to meet once a quarter. And there could be folks I need to meet once a month. But just ensure that there is some sort of plan in your mind on how you will engage with the people. Once you got that, also plan each engagement. I go back to the part that human mind, you can't erase the memory. So just assume that you have a brand, and every engagement you have, whether face-to-face or an email, is either adding to the brand or subtracting from the brand. And ensure that it's impactful. And for that, what's really important is, just in your mind, have an elevator pitch for your business. And that's basically someone can shake you up in the middle of the night and saying, Sandeep, what's the strategy for HSBC in the Philippines? And you should be able to articulate that in 20 seconds. The same thing should apply to your career as well. Like your business, you should be able to articulate your career aspirations. Because senior stakeholders quite often know for a fact that when you're engaging with them, you also have an eye on career. So quite often, once you've finished the first 20 minutes of the meeting covering business, even if you don't, quite often they'll bring it up saying, so what are your career plans? And at that time, if you're kind of fumbling around, you've really dropped the ball. So be very clear with the messaging you want, both for your business as well as personally. Another interesting part of stakeholder management is on how you influence the stakeholders. So for example, I am CEO HSBC Philippines. When I engage with someone within the group, whether in Asia or in London, everyone expects me to just talk about all the wonderful things I've done and the business is doing. And quite often the corporates hear you out, but they do take it with a pinch of salt Because if you're singing your own praises, then you're conflicted. The best outcome you can get for your stakeholders is if they hear secondhand praise. And it can literally be one line. So it could very well be that at the executive committee's level at the board, your stakeholders are engaging and they just put a line saying HSBC Philippines doing wonderfully and Sandeep doing a great job. That's it. You don't need numbers behind it. You don't have to say what's been your growth percentage, what's been the CAGR, what's your PBT, nothing. And in fact, that one engagement or that one line is more powerful than anything I can do over multi-years. So just think through that for your stakeholders, while you reach out to them and tell them all the wonderful things you do, how do you get others? Because second-hand praise is probably the best received in the corporate world. As we are on the topic of international stakeholder management, it's very important to understand the cultural nuances. Every country is different. And there'll be a degree of difference. Now, the challenge we find quite often is that in a country, when you're engaging with someone, let's say a Turkish fellow in Turkey, or you're engaging with a French in France, you can engage completely as a foreigner, which means that I will stick to my culture and you stick to your culture. Or you could try and be totally native. Now, with stakeholders, what I find is both extremes don't work. Because if you say, I'm going to hold on to my culture and I don't really care what your culture is, then that's seen as arrogant. But on the other hand, if you try and become a French with a French, then that's patronizing. So best is to be somewhere in the middle. And people expect it from you because, look, I may be a British national, but I'm Indian. So they expect some of the cultural nuances of an Indian to come through. And if I try to cover them up, then I become boring. So that cultural nuance is very important. One element to always remember is working with stakeholders across geographies. Cultures may be different, but respect is universal. So we just have to ensure that irrespective of the culture, you are respectful to everyone, because any level of arrogance can be picked out very, very quickly. And one pitfall with stakeholders cross geographies is humor. One has to be careful with it because the humor may fall flat. So I only encourage people to get into the humor if you know the person really well and you're comfortable, confident that it will be received well. Otherwise, it's better not to go down that direction. Another aspect of stakeholder management I call guerrilla tactics. And I think the guerrilla tactics work really well if you've thought it through. So I'll give you an example of how your stakeholders you can influence and work with through a guerrilla tactic. So as I said, let's take my example. I'm making it up out here. I'm CEO Philippines. I report to CEO Asia, who's based out of Hong Kong. I know for a fact that this month, the group CEO of HSBC and some of the key executives of HSBC from London are going to be in Hong Kong. So the guerrilla tactic for me would be that I pick up something which is just something wonderful, which has worked for HSBC in the Philippines. And I provide some punchy fact with it. And I drop it during this conference to the Asia CEO. Now again, he cannot erase it, it's there. Maybe he's having a drink in the evening with the group CEO or having a meal with the group CEO. They run out of topics after the first 1.5 hours. Maybe he remembers this topic and says, hey, by the way, very interesting. This is what's happening in Philippines. So that's a guerrilla tactic. So you've got to just be aware of how you influence others to influence the stakeholders. Then there's another great line, which is on the humorous side. And I think you may have heard of it, which goes along the line of be nice to people on the way up because you'll meet them on the way down. And in organization, it's just so important because, it's like snakes and ladders, right? It's very difficult to predict who's going to go up, who's going to come down, who'll move sideways. People you thought are completely waste of time because, they're going to be out of the organization in 6 months' time. Suddenly they become your line manager. So you just need to ensure that you never write off anyone. And we've seen so many examples. So don't say, oh, and I hear that often, and I've heard it in India also. No point going to that person. It's a complete waste of time. He's on the way out, she's on the way out. But just be careful because especially if you piss them off, they remember. So in the corporate world, the ups and downs can happen very, very quickly. And the last one I would say is, if you're able to hone the stakeholder management qualities in yourself, do ensure that you impart the same to your team members. And the reason it's important is, obviously, you're looking to develop them, but also that going back to what I said about brand, for your stakeholders, your brand is also seen through your team. So it's very important that the standards you hold yourself to, you get your team to hold themselves to the same standard. Because when the stakeholders look at a leader, they look at a leader, they look at the team. And if the two are very different, then they think there's something wrong. The best outcome for stakeholders, if they see the brand in you, they see your qualities and they see the same qualities in your team as well. So this has been quite a long-winded, I would call it a lecture on stakeholder management. So I'll probably just stop there and open it up to questions and get breathe myself. But lastly, look, the thing is you got to enjoy it. Because if you think stakeholder management, engagement is painful, it will show. And if you're not interested, and if it's kind of something you're forcing yourself, it's probably worse than not having that engagement. So enjoy it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So we now open the floor for questions. If anybody has questions, please come up on the stage and ask the questions. Oh, Sandeep has a question. Please.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for sharing the personal experiences, and they're really, really helpful to all of us. I want to learn from you. In today's world, when organizations are expecting more and more from their employees, how can we still remain more compassionate, okay, which is one of the important skills in stakeholder management. So what would be your learning and guidance to all of us?
Yeah, look, thanks for that. It's a great question. And the way I try and term it to people is, see, increasingly the careers are very long. So when I started working, and I go back at the age of 23 odd, I was working, there's an expectation that you retire at the age of 53. Now it's 60. In fact, number of countries, you cannot discriminate on the basis of age. So frankly, there's no retirement age. Where I'm going with this is that a career is likely to be, and in your folks' case, probably going to be at least 40 years. So that's a very long time. Now, the reason I'm outlining that is, you mentioned compassion. Now, we spend the weekend at home. We don't have the same kind of discussions that should I be compassionate today or should I be working at home today? You're just yourself, right? And in that package of being yourself, compassion is a core part. So the key is that how you are at home is how you should be at work as well. And that's from a personality perspective, because you can't be split personalities of being something different at home, saying I'll be compassionate at home, I'll be really nice to everyone at home, and I do completely opposite when I'm at work. So the key is just bring yourself to work. And when you bring yourself to work, what you'll find is all the elements of, whether you want to be clever, you want to strategy, you want to execute, you want to hang out with people, you want to be compassionate, And those are exactly all the activities we do personally will come out more naturally. But running a business for a long time without compassion is not sustainable. Thanks.
Arnab, please go ahead with the question.
Hi, Sandeep. Am I clearly audible to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. First of all, by seeing your background, it's very hard to resist the temptation to go on a vacation.
Yeah, so look, that's the advantage of cross geographies, right? And I'm sitting at home.
Okay, nice. So my question to you is regarding the stakeholder management. So one big stakeholder of any organizations or of any project is the society, the people who are going to get affected by the project or by the company's investment. And in sustainability, many often we see that people have a very difficult times to adjust with those projects or with those companies' investment. Especially, so we coined a term like social consent. So consent to operate when you are considering the stakeholder management, it's becoming very imperative in nowadays. So considering the financial institution while you are approving any projects or any investments, do you check for that or you have any mechanism to look for that social consent part of stakeholder management?
Yes, so you're right. Look, especially with the media, social media, multimedia, there's a very thin line with what you do privately and what you do publicly. So you just got to assume that everything you do is publicly. Now, from an organization perspective, and I'm not saying it as a cliche, but that's exactly the conversations we have, that you have three stakeholders within the organization. So, or rather four. So one is the shareholder, second is the customer, third is the staff, and fourth is, as you said, the society. So what we have to ensure is that our business model addresses all four. Because if you miss out any of the four, it will not succeed. And I will articulate how, and then I'll come to the society part. So look, shareholders, quite often in the corporate world, we don't talk about them as much, but at the end of the day, they're the ones who provide the capital, own the company. So if the owner's interests are not addressed, then frankly, they'll shut the company and everyone will be out of a job. So we just have to remember that shareholders are big stakeholders, if not the biggest stakeholder in the company. The second is the customer. And then again, that's a cliche, but so true. If you don't have customers, you might as well shut shop. The third one doesn't talk about enough is the staff. And the reason I'm saying it is, and I'm sure you pick up the newspaper every day, companies talk about their growth, their aspirations. But we don't talk about enough on how those will allow the staff to achieve their aspirations. So the example I give is I can keep talking about how wonderful HSBC Philippines can be, that we'll grow our profit 10 times. So that's great for the first stakeholder, which is the shareholder. But unless I'm able to articulate how would that impact the staff, then we will not achieve the former. And for them, it has to be, look, if the organization grows, you get better rewarded, there are more career opportunities you grow. So that's a way to address the staff, which is the third. And fourth, the society is really important. Other than all the environmental things, regulatory, reputation, everything you say, especially across geographies, what you have to remember is, especially in multinational companies, there's a very thin line between your staff who are 99% local and the society. So if you have a large organization, your staff are the society as well. And if you are doing stuff which is harmful to the society, you will not earn the trust or the respect of your staff. So the best outcome can be that one is obviously do the right thing. So all of us have a conscience. And again, as I said, bring yourself to work. So if that conscious works for you at home, bring the same conscious into the work environment, and then you'll do the right thing. The second part to that is that test it with your employees because it gives them a greater purpose. So for example, if you're going to do something which is beneficial to the society, articulate that to the staff as well. And they will appreciate it more, they'll respect the company more, they're more likely to stay with the company. So that society is not sitting outside, but your staff are part of the society. That's very important to get it right. Hopefully that answers it. A little long-winded there.
That's a great perspective. Thank you, Sandeep. Yeah.
Hi, Sandeep. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Hi. So firstly, Sandeep, I just want to tell you that it's really amazing to know that you've been with HSBC for the last 30 years. And that kind of brings me to my related question, that how has HSBC evolved to remain ESG compliant over the years? And considering that we are starting to take into account environment and community as a very critical, or rather as very critical stakeholders to remain to follow ESG norms, how do global players remain ESG compliant for different sets of countries? And secondly, how is HSBC contributing to the environment in terms of carbon footprint and in terms of green financing?
Yeah, so while it's very topical now, but I must admit that the environmental issues have been always around. So even if we went back like 25 years back, deforestation was a big issue. Stuff like palm oil was an issue. Mining practices were an issue. So while a lot of us think that the environmental issues are something which is like now, that's not been the case, because environmental issues have been around for like 30 years. And in fact, one of the funniest one I heard was that when Ford introduced the car for the first time in the world, people were worried that with horses, these smelly things will come on the road, which will cause a problem. So I would say it's always been an evolution. Now, coming to HSBC, there are a number of ways global institutions get exposed to environment. And I'll share with you how. One is when you operate across 50 markets, clearly there are various elements of each of those 50 markets which come across to you. So you got to address that at a local level. So, for example, there could be stuff in the Philippines which is very important from an environment of Philippine perspective, which may not be regionally important, may not be as important globally, but as a global bank, we got to adhere to the local environmental issues. So we do that. At the next level, you also have something which is more regional. So there'll be some aspects of environment which are more for Asia than for the world. So you get exposed to that. And then obviously, as a global bank based out of London, you get exposed to what happens globally as well. So you've got to look at it at all the three filters: local, regional, global. Then that also comes in increasingly through the regulatory framework. So when you operate in 50 markets, you're working with 50 regulators, 50 regulatory environments, so HSBC no different. So you got to adhere to the regulatory aspects of the whole framework in every country. Then we got HKMA as a regulator, which is the Hong Kong Monetary Authority for Asia. So whatever they put out, we got to adhere to that. And then we got PRA in UK. So we got to adhere to that. On top of that, and ESG issues also come through all the stakeholders. So if you think of it, increasingly multinationals are owned by a very diverse set of investors. And those investors also have their own ESG policy and their ESG standards. So again, I go back to your first stakeholder is the shareholder. And increasingly what we're finding is that the shareholders are also getting very active in the ESG space. So as the owner of the business, through the boards, they're putting a lot of pressure on companies and challenging on the environmental policies. So that's one. Second is the consumer. The second stakeholder I spoke about earlier. Consumer also seeing, like you asked, what are your environmental policies? So we put it out on a website so people can go and see it. Thirdly, as I said, your staff, because increasingly they want to work with companies which have good policies. They don't want blood on their hands. And as I said, they're also part of the society. So in a way, they themselves question, and which is a great thing. So it's like whistleblowers inside the company. So if you do anything wrong, and it can be small stuff. So, what we find is our staff could also just question us on some of the wastage we do. Now, these are not big environmental issues, but, use of paper or, paper cups or whatever it may be. And then clearly the last one, which is the society, because the media is always there putting pressure on you. Now, from an HSBC perspective, working with these stakeholders a number of years, we have a net zero, and it's pretty much on our website, very detailed. And the good part is, and which is so true, it's evolving all the time. So it's not just a strategy or a document and an ambition and aspiration, which are just put out there and then you forget about it. But in fact, we kind of update it based on what's happening in the environment around us. So it's quite a big piece. So I would encourage you, if you go to the HSBC Holdings website, there is a huge amount of stuff we put out on how we're going to be achieving net zero for our own operation, as well as working with the clients. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandeep.
So we can take one last question. So Tarasha, you're up, please.
Thank you, Subhit. First of all, very good afternoon, Sandeep sir, and thanks a lot for sharing your experiences with us. My question is a little extension to both of these questions. Like we spoke about ESG and other society regulations, but there are also other regulations that come into play, like HSBC being a global bank. There are different regulations that every country has specific to them. So how do you manage with these changing regulations with every country? And there are high power stakeholders involved. So how do you ensure that keeping your business as usual and not affecting the business, and keeping your stakeholders satisfied along with it? And how do you evaluate the trade-offs between what to go ahead with and what not to? So, yeah.
Yeah. So the way it works is, if you think of, while we talk about, global regulations, but if you think of it, there are no global regulations. Each market has their own regulation. So if I just take example of HSBC, the way I described it is, as a global bank, we are headquartered out of London. So the UK PRA is a primary regulator. So whatever they say gets applied to, let's say, all the 60 markets. Now, the same thing for an American bank could be with the US regulator. So that's one level. Then the second level is, because we are Hong Kong headquartered for Asia, so HKMA will come up with what's required, and we need to follow that. Last and probably the most important, as a bank, and that would apply to any regulated entity, could be insurance as well, that while one may talk about the UK regulations and the Hong Kong regulations, but in Philippines, HSBC has just got no option but to adhere to all the local regulations. Now, what's been good is, in the background, the regulators do engage a lot with each other. So what we find is that there is a common thread in the regulations that comes out, and it's quite rare that you get conflicted. You could have something on the edges which causes you a level of discomfort, but it's not something which a Philippine regulator will come out, which makes our existence, puts our existence in question. So what you then do is, then you balance it with how strategically important that market is. So let's say a change in regulation causes a pain of X. Now you got to then balance it with your longer term vision for the market and the strategic nature of the market. And if that outcomes X, that's fine. You just need to suck it up, get on with the regulations, knowing that you have a strategic objective 10 years later. It's quite rare, but I've seen a few instances where the local regulations have dramatically changed. And because they're dramatically changed, where essentially it puts into doubt the strategy of a company in that market. And at that stage, going back to the first stakeholder, which is the shareholder, whose interests are paramount, you just then exit that market, because end of the day, you have no option but to follow the regulation. But if following the regulations is going to create a loss for your first and the paramount stakeholder, which is the shareholder, then that's not sustainable and you just cut your losses. But thankfully, that's quite rare, because what we're finding is there is a level of maturity across markets, level of maturity of regulators, and they're talking to each other. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandeep sir.
Thank you, sir, for delivering your thoughts. As MBA graduates, we definitely will be involved with stakeholder management and across different geographies. And the learnings that from this session today, that every interaction is a source of knowledge and we need to enjoy it, to have a purpose while communicating with every stakeholder, to make sure that we have an exchange of values with the stakeholders and being aware that there is a very thin line between perception and reality. While we take a note of internal stakeholders, we must also take care of external stakeholders, especially when they are communicating with our internal stakeholders. This learning will surely help us excel in our professional journey after college. And we thank you once again, sir, for your keynote address. Have a nice day.
Okay, great. Listen, thanks, and I can wish you all the best. And I must admit that I'm envious of this batch, because you're graduating at a time where, you know, the global economy is booming, Indian economy is completely off the charts. So, you know, you guys will have a really bright future, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
We next have a panel discussion lined up. We would just like to wait for a couple of minutes till the panelists join. Once we have all the panelists online, we will start with the discussion. Thank you. So we're ready to start with the panel discussion. We're pleased to invite 5 dynamic industry leaders who will be discussing their views on the topic, Epiphany of Business Transformation, People, Purpose, or Profits. Our first panelist is Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh. Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh, Chief Executive Officer at NETS International, is an accomplished management and technology professional with over 30 years of industry experience and over 5 years of teaching and academic experience. A passionate mentor for business technology, that is blending business subjects and technology trends in non-technical terms, Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh is keen on pursuing academic research and consultancy roles. His doctoral research has been around business model innovation as related to business strategy, digital transformation, services business models, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Venkatesh's current role is to provide strategic leadership and drive business growth for a regional system integrator with an additional contribution to building innovation culture and advisory to business restructuring, with the primary focus on accelerating growth and ROI by transforming enterprise ICT business with strategic priorities and innovation capabilities. Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh will be joining us today from Dubai. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you, Pallavi. Nice to meet you all. Very happy good morning from Dubai.
Good morning, sir.
Our second panelist is Mr. Rajesh Kumar. Mr. Rajesh Kumar is MD and CEO of OPV Pharma Vietnam, RVK Myanmar, and RV Life Sciences India, which was formerly known as Altra Pharmaceuticals. An alumnus of IIT, BHU and XLRI Jamshedpur, Mr. Rajesh has more than 2 decades of experience in the pharmaceutical sector and has an expertise in P&L management in healthcare and related industries. He is a professional with strong faculty for strategic planning and thinking, managing complex projects and running challenging business operations, which he continues to do with great success. Mr. Rajesh has a deep understanding of market dynamics and the regulatory landscape in different countries. He's a dynamic leader with wealth of experience in the pharmaceutical industry and has proven track record of building successful businesses in emerging markets. Mr. Rajesh will be joining us from Myanmar. A warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Looking forward to this.
Our third panelist is Mr. Suman Bose, an entrepreneur, board member, advisor, and investor. Mr. Suman Bose advises chairpersons, corporate boards, and CEOs on strategy, business transformation, innovation, technology, incubation of new businesses, and capital structures. He has worked with talented teams using frugal innovation and achieved technological singularity to build outstanding solutions in healthcare, education, environment, agriculture, and livelihood. Mr. Bose has successfully managed highly dispersed teams globally and firmly believes in the infinite capacity of humans with the right attitude as a prerequisite. Mr. Suman Bose is focused on grooming and mentoring next generation leaders, creating new breakthrough opportunities, and driving outstanding business growth in the most sustainable manner. He founded an advisory and investment fund to help scale next generation businesses that will meaningfully impact the lives of the next 500 million people globally. Mr. Suman Bose will be joining us today from Singapore. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is Mr. Pankaj Agarwal. Mr. Pankaj Agarwal is the founder and CEO at Tag Hive India, a Samsung-funded educational technology venture with operations in South Korea and India. He's a BTech in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from IIT Kanpur, MS from
So Udit, your voice is not audible. I can't hear it. I do not know about others.
Same over here.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Pallavi, I can hear you. Pallavi, you're audible. Survit, can you speak again?
Yeah, I think my microphone is not working. So
yeah, now it's
I will
better.
use Pallavi's microphone to deliver my speech.
Is Survit audible right now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's better.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just start again for Mr. Pankaj Agarwal. He's the founder and CEO at Tag Hive Inc., a Samsung-funded educational technology venture with operations in South Korea and India. And he's a BTech in Electrical and Electronic Engineering from IIT Kanpur, MS from Seoul National University, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. He's an inventor on over 75 international patents and was on the list of Fortune India 40 under 40 in Business World 40 under 40. Before Tag Hive, Mr. Pankaj was with Samsung Electronics for over a decade. He hails from a small village which had no good schools, and with the belief that technology can help improve quality of education, he built an interactive classroom solution named Class Sathi to positively impact the lives of kids studying in schools like those in his village. Mr. Pankaj will be joining us from South Korea. Welcome, sir.
Our fifth panelist is Ms. Suchi Shinde. Ms. Suchi Shinde is the senior partner and co-founder of Right Sourcing GmbH, an innovation-focused management consulting firm present in niche markets, which reacts fast to changing markets and holds customer value as the topmost priority. She is an expert in metaverse concepts, virtual sales machine coach, expert negotiation trainer and coach, management strategy, internationalization, market entry, IT and engineering outsourcing, digital business models, sales and marketing strategy, and international management experience. Ms. Suchi Shinde will be joining us from Germany. We welcome you to the panel discussion, ma'am.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
The panel will be moderated by our colleague from the PGDM General Management batch, Shantanu. Shantanu has more than 6 years of experience in the maritime industry, covering various geographies such as India, Bangladesh, Singapore, China, and Malaysia, spanning domains such as maritime operations, consulting, and project management. He also holds technical auditing experience in 100+ manufacturing. And Shantanu has also published research papers in relation to green technology fueling for maritime transportation at Society for Naval Architects and Maritime Engineers, and has also represented the Indian contingent and International Association of Religious Freedom, Birmingham, UK. Currently, Shantanu is pursuing his PGDM in General Management from XLRI Jamshedpur and also a member of his placement committee. Shantanu, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Next, before I set the stage rolling for the interactive session with our esteemed panel today, centering around epiphany of business transformation, people, purpose, or profits, a short insight in modern business transformation. No business can stand the test of time without adapting to change and business transformation. It's the act of rolling out strategic growth or change plans across an organization. One perfect example of this feat and roots from India. The company got into a love affair with information technology by computerizing operations in 1970s. This followed a series of innovative software applications for optimizing customer experience and improving supply chain. Through business transformation driven by innovation, they eliminated the intricate dependencies that existed between people, machine, processes, and materials. Deployment of enterprise-grade data analytics platform across manufacturing plant networks helped it gather insights and implement process change that led to better business decisions and increased returns. The company transformed itself into a home decor company from being just a paint manufacturer. So it's for audience. Can you guess the company? It's none other than the grand vision of Mr. Champak Lal Choksi, Asian Paints. Today, business transformation, be it digital, information systems, cultural, management, or organizational, has one major concern. Will it affect the profits? Will the human capital be there or become obsolete? And is the purpose, the root of brand core value, remain intact? So now I open the floor to the respected panelists to provide their views on the topic. I start with Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh.
Good morning, Shantanu, and good morning, Pallavi and the team. And it's really an honor to be among this esteemed panelist. I don't know why Pallavi gave such a big introduction. I think probably she should have shortened it. And the purpose of this complete panel is to know about the perspectives of each and try to learn together. And it's so apt that, the people who have joined here, my panel colleagues from Singapore, South Korea, Germany, and they're all being connected by one man called Shantanu, who has got a lot of maritime experience. I think it's a great thing to happen here.
It's an honor to host you all.
Yeah, thank you. So now, as I told you, as you mentioned to me, I am both academician and as well as, from industry. So, anytime there is a Zoom, so I'm so tempted to take a class, but I think I'm going to limit it today. So the question, my view about this particular topic, an excellent topic, the wording that you put, people, process, profit, and of course, planet, that's what Capgemini said, and it's okay. The thing is, I can answer it in two ways, okay? I'm tempted to answer as academician. If you ask me as an academician, I'll give a typical MBA answer. It depends, right? So that's what people say. But I think from industry, I'm trying to, from the point of industry, I think, in my opinion, we should look at this whole thing from three contexts. We are talking about business transformation, nicely explained by Shantanu. And then we are also trying to find how these three connotations of people, process, and purpose and profits, they are intact. In my opinion, right, first let us talk about business, right? The moment you talk about business, it's a commercial enterprise. So when you talk about enterprise, it's risk versus reward. So obviously, leaving out profit and looking only at purpose or people, I think it is kind of a myopic view. Probably my other panel members and colleagues will accept with this. But the second point is that the transformation. Yes. See, imagine We have been hearing this, that, the change is the only thing inevitable and change is the only thing doesn't change. All those cliche statements we have been listening, and the business has been evolving throughout generations with all the technology advancements. Today, the point is not about simply transformation, because transformation is sigma change, right? If I consider every business as people, process, and system, how much people need to change, how much the processes need to change, how much the system as such need to change, and that is what a transformation is all about. So the question is, change is inevitable, change is accepted, and transformation is nothing but sigma change. Agreed. But how fast and how far, how much, and that's the matter. Again, that brings us to another next context called market, right? What kind of importance that we should give to these three people, purpose and profit, depends upon the market where we work, the industry, because every industry, every market is today is very different, right? West has got certain connotations, East has got certain connotations. Now I'm working in UAE. UAE, 85% of people are expats, right? Now all those people have come here to make money and go back one day. So obviously, the demands, the expectation from those people are certainly different from if I've been working in some other place. So we have to put everything together. So to put everything in a nutshell and to have the views of others, I would say that I will not subscribe to the fact that the people are the only one that we have to look after. I think both the three concepts are interchangeable and they are connected to each other. But the purpose drives it. Okay, the purpose of the business is to, let's say, make more profit. The purpose of the business is to be making the more people happy. So I think that should be given kind of more weightage among all these three. But however, it depends again based on the conditions and whatnot. So with this, I will stop this because I'm more eager to listen from my fellow colleagues, and probably that is going to open up a stage for a nice discussion. Thank you, Shantanu.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful view. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Suman Bose to throw light upon his views.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. I was intently listening to Dr. Ramamurthy, what he was saying, and I kind of concur. But I think before one item which is not listed out over here is that a business exists because there's an opportunity. You can't take a purpose and then start finding an opportunity. It's like, you have a nail and a hammer, and then you're looking for a wall, and then you're looking for a picture to hang that on that wall. It doesn't work. So opportunity, and then opportunity flips, opportunity changes. What's an opportunity today doesn't remain an opportunity tomorrow. And as I have had about 30 years in the corporate and across the world, actually, in all the geographies, all the continents. And I've realized one thing, that the opportunity seeking behavior of business is the first thing that why business exists. Then obviously you decide, whether, you want to, opportunities in lots of different kinds, but what is ethical, what is moral, what is value added, and that's where the purpose comes in. Purpose drives which opportunity would an entrepreneur pick up, and an entrepreneur or a businessman, not just an entrepreneur, would pick up and would drive. And if you see companies have, then, there's a new word these days in the startup world called pivoting. But pivoting is something that every company have done all over its existence, life cycle of existence. So you keep on looking at what is the pivoting. Pivoting is finding newer opportunities, or looking at this opportunity and saying, have we juiced it enough, or is there a different set of juice available in another set of opportunities? Large companies, transnational companies, look at opportunities across the world, and you'll be surprised to see how some companies pursue some very opportunities in a specific set of geography, while they do not do that in another set of geographies. So I think that fundamental behavior of spotting opportunities from macro and micro activities, and then putting purpose to ensure that opportunity gets a palatable view of inside stakeholders as well as external stakeholders. External stakeholders has customers, of course. It has activists, it has governments, it has investors, all of that. And internal is obviously one of the most important stuff, which is the next point, which is people. I have personally, and just a few days back, somebody asked me, what's the biggest challenge of running any business, whether you're in a big company or today when I'm an entrepreneur and we invest in businesses and we operate businesses, I would still say it's people. So people, and you attract those people because on one hand, you show them the right opportunity. Opportunity is also for them. How much would they grow in this company? How much would they learn from doing this activity? And the opportunity to earn, opportunity to lead a meaningful life. And then the purpose, that purpose has to resonate with those people who are going to come in to work on it. If we get these dimensions right, profit is a result. And believe me, I do not personally believe in business models which says we will scale and then we will have fine profit. It most of the time never works. So I'm a firm believer that profit is a fundamental result of doing all these activities correct and continue to do these activities correct, continue to find newer opportunities, continues to find newer ways of pivoting, continuously sharpening the purpose so that you attract better and better talent who would like to spend those meaningful years and hours in your company, in our company, and profit would be a result. So that's my take on this subject. Over to you.
That was really interesting to know that opportunity is an added thing that would be the epiphany of business transformation. And it focuses on the part that profit fundamentalism is already being ingrained in a company if it drives all the three in symphony. And that's a very great point for all the students and all the listeners over here. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Agarwal to express his views on the topic.
Thank you, Santanu. Wonderful to meet you all. I'm really honored to be here. And I think what Dr. Venkatesh mentioned and what Suman sir mentioned, both of is very relevant to us. So what I learned, I'll try to add more to what they have said. I think what I get from the topic and from the views that have been presented so far is that these three topics, profit, purpose, people, they're inseparable. They go hand in hand, inseparable. Also because we have students who is the core audience of this conclave, this event. I really want students to understand that, you will hear all these things multiple times, but we have to have definitions correct. Many times we lose the definitions. So my core strength is in understanding things by defining them. So I really urge you all to define what purpose is, what profit is, what people is, right? So as I see, I'll try to tell you my definitions. I think that will be helpful to borrow and maybe you can take it from there. It's very simple. It's nothing rocket science. So purpose, what is purpose? Purpose is why are we doing what we are doing, right? It's very, very important to understand. And it doesn't really need to be on business. It can be in real life also for any activity, anything we do. What is the purpose? Purpose is basically the why. And the problem here is people stop on the first why, right? They have to go to multiple levels of why. Why this? So I'm designing a product called Class Sathi. Why am I doing that? Because it helps students study better. Why is that important? Why is that important, right? So that consecutive 3 or 4 whys are very important for us to define. Next is people. Now, people think it is mostly people within the company, but it should be people outside the company. Who are the, when we make something, for example, I've really thought through the impact on people, not just end users, but broader society as well. People, whom are we doing this for, and how will this make their lives better? So people, we define that as well. And then profit, of course, does it make financial sense? Will it help us? Very, very important, right? So profit is in that sense. And also we will add planet to that. For example, is this going to be making our planet a better place to live in? So in a nutshell, define the 4 angles. Definitions could be different. So we have to really define them well. And we have to understand that all these 4 reinforce each other. We cannot say I'll focus on people or on profit. It doesn't work that way. Some may be making more sense in the short term, some in the long term, but definitely each will reinforce each other. And I think today's world, I think you have folks who want to join companies. They'll only join the company if there's a purpose behind it, right? So we have to have this inclusive approach of keeping all these 4 factors at play, but also not get confused because people will have different definitions. So my only 2 bites to this is be very clear that it is inseparable And second is we should have our own definitions of the 3 or 4 buckets we're talking about. Only then we have clarity, and clarity will lead us to good business. That's where I'll rest my case for this one. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir, for adding a added factor, that is planet. That is the need of our, in the current scenario, sustainability. Also, all 3 go in symphony, as all the speakers have agreed on this, and we would be looking forward for views from the other 2 speakers also. And the basic concept regarding clarity is the basic fact that you have stated right now, which should be clear in each and everyone's mind, so that they can have a greater emphasis on people, purpose, or profits. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar to express his views on the epiphany of business transformation, people, purpose, or profits.
Hi, good afternoon all. So, very interesting conversation. Firstly, I would like to touch upon the concept of in today's world, mergers acquisitions is something which is going on ad infinitum. And how does purpose for an acquired company or an acquiring company change? And for me, that I think is very key, because people need to understand that, especially I come from the healthcare space, and healthcare space has seen a lot of acquisitions and keeps evolving and changing. So purpose for companies do keep changing. I will talk from a very personal perspective. Purpose for me is very, very important, because for me, when I started off from XLRI, my journey 27 years back, right, or 28 years back almost, Suman, Bose and myself were batchmates in 95. And when we started off that time, for me, it was to join an Indian multinational and to help make India a global brand, right? And I have been very thankful. I'm very grateful for all the companies that I have been in. And now it's my own entrepreneurial journey. So for me, that purpose has been overarching. So I have joined various companies. I have started on my own venture. For me, purpose makes it very, very meaningful. Now, when it comes to people, see, you all of us know about the triple bottom line approach, right? People, planet, and profits. So we also did the same. And then I realized that profit, as Suman very rightly said, is a byproduct. And profit in an Asian context especially is looked upon very negatively. You never talk about paisa first. So you always talk about every other thing. So because we are a company based out of Southeast Asia, so we actually changed the purpose. We said purpose, planet, and people. So everything starts with a purpose. You have to have the right people around it, right? And obviously, what Pankaj very rightly said was concern for the planet has to be paramount in whatever we do. So I think these 3 things are very, very important. I rest my case here.
Thank you, sir. That was quite insightful. The purpose, as you said, makes it meaningful for companies to drive the business transformations. Also, the reflection on the sustainability part regarding the triple bottom line approach, where planet is also a part, is again emphasized. And profits, as you spoke, is really a thing that is not being reflected very heavily in the Southeast Asia and even in India, if we consider for the fact, which is taken, which always takes a step back, and people and purpose are taken in forefront. However, the underlying thing always remains with the businessman is profits. So that was a very insightful view, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Suchi Shinde ma'am to reflect her views on the topic.
Thank you, Shantanu. Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Very interesting views, all of you. So Dr. Ramamurthy, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Bose, and Mr. Agarwal, really interesting views, different views. I would like to share something that I saw last week or noticed last week. So I live in Germany since the last 20 years, and I live outside Stuttgart. And you know, probably Stuttgart is the place known for Porsche, the slow cars. and for Mercedes-Benz, the cars and trucks, etc. But what I want to tell you is that I live a little outside Stuttgart, for a less known place where there are gentle hills and there are vineyards. And on these hills, very often I see sheep are grazing. Okay, and then I wonder, okay, so these are sheep farmers. The sheep farmers are selling the wool, selling the meat. And last week I came across some information from World Economic Forum, which said that sheep and solar panels are the new best friends. So there was a video released by a research institute which said that sheep love places where there are solar panels because they can graze there better, the quality of grass is better, they can rest, etc. And all this is going on when green energy is being produced. So this is what is called today agrivoltaic business. So when you look at it from the sheep farmer's perspective, so he was producing wool and meat and selling that. And now he's going to be producing wool and meat, but he's going to be producing electricity and selling and distributing electricity. And this was, it's a very wonderful example of how his business is being transformed. So, you know, it was really interesting for me to see, okay, where is really business transformation happening? So it's happening everywhere around us. It's not just, you know, we in business schools, we have great business cases, large studies, businesses, but it's happening everywhere around us. And if you step back to see what are the drivers of business transformation? So Mr. Agarwal has very nicely explained the definition. So it was very good. Thank you. So, but let's look at where does business transformation really come from? What are the drivers? And in my opinion, over the years, I've seen there are three major drivers. Yeah. So the first one, the biggest driver, which we all know, is technology. Yeah, new technology drives automation. So the amount of machines that take work away from people. However, on the other hand, technology brings opportunities for new skills and development for all of us. So this is one big thing. You have heard of digital transformation, things which come from technology and digitalization, driving business transformation. This is one big driver of business transformation. The second driver of business transformation is geopolitical changes. So these are something that impact our lives in a very big way. So you've seen it in the last year. The war which is in Ukraine has impacted all our lives. So we were in different businesses and we've seen how the supply chains have been impacted by those. In Germany, for almost 2 months, we had no sunflower cooking oil. So in an Indian household, it was very difficult. In Turkey, we saw there was no bread which is available. So we see that the supply chains of various industries are very intricately involved with each other. We have seen Corona. What has Corona done? So business transformation also means you transform the way people work. So home office, now it is no longer a question. So a lot of these things push transformation in different ways, digitalization, automation. And the third topic, which all of you have touched upon and called it in different ways, is environmental impacts. So this is also a very important driver for business transformation for us today, because all of us today are very aware. First thing is we are very aware of this topic. Earlier, we used to try to live in sync with our environment, but today we are first aware. We want to work with companies. We want to work in an environment which have green products, which have green initiatives, which have sustainable environment. We want to have suppliers, customers, and have an eco environment which is more green. So I think these three are the three big factors which are actually driving business transformation. And I come from my experience, all my experience, 25 years, is being in the B2B world, and we see how this transformation then impacts the B2B customers. So that's what I want to start with, Shantanu. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. You added new drivers like the technology opportunities part. Also the geopolitical changes, especially the Ukraine war, which had an opportunity for India to become the grain basket again for the world to serve. And also pushing these three factors are pushing transformation, and also the environmental impact factor that has been reduced because of the business transformation that the companies are taking into. These all factors are proving and creating an epiphany of business transformation that is beneficial for the humankind. Now, I would like to start with the questions. And my first question would be to Dr. Ramamurthy Venkatesh. The recent drive for digital transformation within firms have contributed largely to profits. Now, with advent of immersive technologies and especially AI, do you see a major disruption coming up in the IT and the IT-enabled system domain? Also, how it's going to transform the brand core value of IT firms, and what could be the effects of both internal and external stakeholders?
Thank you, Shantanu. It is very interesting to listen to the other perspective, particularly from Pankaj, Suchi Madam, and the others, Rajesh, etc. I'm just trying to put everything to context the way I perceive. The question that you asked is that, yes, digital transformation is actually impacting every domain today, and every industry is trying to redesign their business models. And of course, there is going to be a lot of social impacts, right from what Suchi Madam very clearly said, the geopolitical effects, the working from home, the culture change that we have. So my point would be, I think the companies which are now trying to digitally transform themselves are all part of a kind of network economy. And put in simple terms, I believe that there is not going to be another General Motors or a Google or something, because today every company is growing big, not organically, but by inorganic. If you can't beat it, eat it. That's the kind of culture we have. So obviously, in my opinion, the brand identity is going to take a little bit of backstage, and then the companies are now trying to put more focus on how they can increase their profits, and with the profits that they make, how they can make any social impact in terms of their contribution to people, the CSR, the ESG and whatnot. And so, as rightly mentioned by other panel colleagues, the profit, purpose, and the people, they are very inseparable. And then to my opinion, the context of digital transformation is going to amplify them more than reduce any impact. I think starting November, we have all been mired with this new topic of ChatGPT, like ChatGPT, and you can create. In fact, I see lots of WhatsApp messages where the students are using ChatGPT to submit assignments, and there's no need for teachers. I don't know if you are trying to ask me what is the combined effect of all these digital technologies. That is something different. But trust me, any new technology evolution or any new invention, I believe in the current times, people are coming out with bad ideas more faster than the good ideas, right? So you are going to have more problems. One of the discussions when we had with our fellow colleagues is that, look, is all this AI and digital transformation, the same question like what you asked, Shantanu, they asked, how is it going to impact? Everything is going to be nice, green, etc. People will be happy. I think it is not so. Compared to 100 years back, we had less doctors, we had, not much of a technology. But today, the healthcare has developed anything. Now we have got panelists from healthcare industry and too much of advancement in healthcare. But does it mean that diseases have gone down? I think we have more disease and more problems now. So obviously, the digital transformation is actually it's a transformation. It is going to bring in more positive effects. Along with it, it is going to bring more challenges. Again, that is going to create more opportunities, rightly said my fellow colleague. And that's what I would sum up. But before we keep dragging, I would like to maybe take some input from our other fellow colleagues.
Mr. Suman, if you would like to put some views on this.
So I think it's an iterative process. And let's talk about a large company first. I mean, I have a slight difference of opinion with what Dr. Ramurthy said, that no Google look at a Google. It's not that the search engine is what's Google's business today. Everything else has been an acquisition. Okay. If you look at General Motors, a perfect example of an acquisition-led growth of company. Every brand of theirs, whether it's the Dodge, whether it's the Hudson, everything was invented by somebody else. And the brilliance of Alfred Sloan was to create a structure or a purpose in today's context, which allowed these individual genius of auto inventors to come together and form into a platform. So General Motors was possibly the first example of a corporate platform. And this history has continued forever because as companies grow large, the ability of a company to self-generate innovation goes down dramatically. And there is a near 100% correlation, with all the companies that we have worked for and worked with. Why does that happen? Because obviously internal risk aversion kicks in. There are more lawyers in the meeting room than innovators. And every point you try to do, and I know Pankaj is smiling because he has patents. The first thing they'll ask you is the patent. The first thing that they will keep on asking. So the conversation becomes very different from a startup culture. But nevertheless, I think the job of finding opportunity cannot be relegated down the line. It is the C-level job. In fact, if there is one job, actually I would say there's two jobs that the chief executive has, is the chief executive has to take the most difficult task of growth, which is not coming from an existing customer or existing line of business. Those are done by the managers. So you have the chief growth officer, the chief business officer, CBROs who would drive growth in existing markets or growth from existing product lines in new markets. But the chief executive's job is to find business where neither a product exists or not a market exists, even if it is 5% of the company's overall revenue that year or 2% of the company's overall revenue, because that 2% could be tomorrow's 200% and the original business of the company is over. So that's one. The second is, of course, finding people, the right people to drive those. Once they're found, the right people, to bet on the right people. So, a lot of people I've seen, one of the things that I've learned personally from one of my first chief executive stint, when we all came from an operational mindset that operation is what makes you executive. I mean, my boss then, the chairman of the company, actually asked me to slow down, and he said, if you have to spend 1 minute, and that 1 minute is to be interviewing to find the best candidate that you can find. I mean, do not relegate it down. Do not relegate it down to anybody. If it's and even skip level hiring. Now, in that context, I would go back to this point that we were talking. So when you spot the opportunities, you have to experiment. And in that process of experimentation lies the wonders. Companies which knows how to experiment well, and it is not experiment to fail. It is experiment to learn. You may fail, but that failure is also part of learning. There's a lot of adage of, you fail fast. I mean, sorry, if you think in your mind that you're going to burn investor money to fail fast, then you should not be in business. You're experimenting to believe that you will win, you'll learn, and if it doesn't work the way you thought about it, flip it, right? So that opportunity is also the job of experimentation is, I can't underscore as much as it would be done. And the number three is, and by the way, there's some great books at a later, I can write on the chat over here on experimentation. Some of them came from Harvard Business School recently. And there's another one that I wanted to talk about is, there are enough times when things can go very slippery. And when you don't know which direction you should go. And it's not just a question of moral, it's a question of, geopolitical change happened. Without taking sides, on Ukraine or Russia, but geopolitical changes happen. They happen all the time. And they make business, sit up and acknowledge and understand what's in it for the business. Some of it is an opportunity, some of it is a threat. And by the way, I've never seen an opportunity which doesn't have a threat. I've never seen a threat which doesn't have an opportunity. And I'm not saying this because it's fanciful to say it. That's how it works. So while you read the reports of the threat of a geopolitical shift, find what is the opportunity.
the climate crisis gives us a great opportunity. There is about half of the global economy is not going to be viable anymore because of the climate cost. That's about $50 trillion. That means at a minimum, about $3 trillion per year has to be invested over the next 10 years. That's about in today's constant currency, about $30 trillion that needs to be invested to reboot the global economy in the new form. 50% of the stuff that is valid today will not be valid even 5 years down the line. And that includes the kind of education that you guys are having. 50% of the concepts will be invalid. So in this kind of a world, this is a great opportunity. So for India, you just don't have to be a global food basket. I mean, you could be the golden thread for because everything is a technology business. If you think about it, I'm not just talking software. So you could be the global technology thread or the global thread, the golden thread that connects all of this up. And imagine that impact. I mean, you are essentially talking about the size of the Indian economy per year. That's just on that segment of the biggest disruption facing the world, and not to reduce the discussions of wars and all of that, but the biggest disruption that's facing the world in our generation, the whole climate economy. I mean, India can play a pivotal role, and there's no one who's playing a pivotal role there. And it's anybody's guess that who could be and it's a knowledge economy. The last word that I want to say over here on this context is all of us, including all of you, most of you in the audience, are knowledge workers. You have to think as global nomads. You can't think about as a country or a city or a village, or you could come from anywhere, you could have studied anywhere, you could have worked anywhere, but we are all global nomads. And our ability to adapt to whatever we call that point of time our home will ensure how successful you are. And by the way, it is as similar as somebody from Calcutta adopting in Bangalore to somebody from Lucknow adopting in Dubai, or somebody from Jamshedpur adopting in San Francisco. So the global culture is extremely important. And that also, again, is something that I think has to be ingrained in the belief that we are really, truly global nomads because we are knowledge economy workers. And that's an opportunity.
So that was a very deep insight for all the management students that are listening to the talk. Like those who aspire to be the next generation CEOs, the growth is not going to come from the markets that are already established. Also, the experiment to learn, which is the important point of pivoting in any business, is a must for opportunities. Also, India could be the global threat that connects all this up through the technology development that is taking place in India at a rapid pace. That was a very deep insight, sir. And I believe all batchmates would be deeply engrossed in this thought of epiphany of business transformation. And next, I would like to welcome Rajesh Kumar, sir, with a question. What are your views on major transformation that the Indian API market needs to undergo to reduce dependence on the Chinese API firms? Do you see a major obstacle in the will of companies to invest in building capacities, or be it the regulatory affairs?
Okay, good question that you've asked, because it's a hot topic today. And our current government has also given a big incentive and big boost for Make in India. Right, so for API manufacturers, one of the biggest challenges that we face is in terms of compliance. So one of the things that we are not talking about in this epiphany of business growth is the compliance, the systems, infrastructure, and policies. So, people talk about India growing and India taking their stage in the next phase of the growth of the world. I always keep saying that yes, it can, as long as we get our act right. Somewhere, we are not getting our act right on policies and the bureaucratic setup, because you need to run operations in India to understand that unless you have a concatenation of circumstances where everything comes together, things will not move. I mean, why do people move into Singapore? Because Singapore has, I mean, they have nothing basically, and if you look at it from a natural reserves perspective, but they have the best of policies. They give the infrastructure to people, and it's an open economy to that extent. So which is why you see a lot of people gravitating towards that, and a lot of knowledge workers gravitating towards Singapore. Same thing happens now in Dubai, right? And unless India provides that, it will not really succeed. So when you talk about API, so you have to talk intermediates. So API for rest of my colleagues here who are not from the pharma background, formulation is a capsule or a tablet that you take, let's say a paracetamol, right? And an API is the active ingredient that goes into making that palatable capsule or tablet. And an intermediate is something which is before that, right? So just yesterday, I was discussing with a company that we were looking to acquire because we are trying to backward integrate into API. And the challenge was again that the intermediates are being produced in China at a much lesser rate than us because of the incentives being given by the Chinese government. So it's one is incentives, the other is the bureaucratic setup in these countries also favor, right? And the third is the environmental. Now China is definitely cleaning up its environmental norms, right? Which we can see that impact is there, and that's an opportunity. Because China has realized that they have allowed the API companies in China to grow without being compliant with respect to the environment, right? But they are cleaning up the act. In India as well, we are doing the same. The only problem that I see in India is the corruption that is existing in the system allows a lot of companies to get away. So unless the purpose is to ensure that, you know, Indian companies not only follow the norms, but as well as are price competitive, things will not move on the API front. But yes, we are improving. I would say it's more the Indian entrepreneur which is making a difference. If the government also gets its act together and some of the states, then the things will be much, much better. I do not know whether I've answered you, but for me, it's a lot of things coming together, which makes for a success story, right? I mean, why does the San Francisco Bay Area has all the innovation happening in the world? Because they actually encourage it. There's an actual ecosystem, right? The ecosystem in India is somewhere which is not so much there in terms of the entire backward integration. It is there in Hyderabad. So there, let's say Hyderabad has it, right? That's an API hub. Vizag has it. So there are a few hubs in India. We need to develop a lot more hubs.
So that was really encouraging for us to know that though the ecosystem in India would not be there, but the Indian entrepreneurs are actually aggregating this particular sector for the backward integration in the pharmaceutical market.
Sure.
My next question is to Mr. Pankaj Agarwal. The Clicker Sathi app is a real transformation example to aggravate engagement and enable students in class. So what are your views on the Indian edtech industry, especially when it comes to balance between profits and people and profits and purpose? Also, what could be the examples from South Korea where India can lead it by examples to create a balancing effect between educationists and students?
Okay, Shantanu, I think people do not know what I do, what clickers are, what Sathi is. Do you want to play a brief video that I shared with you? I mean, it's not a marketing purpose video. It's just that to make it more meaningful for you guys, I'll want that video to be played here very briefly so that you know exactly what we do, right? So Shantanu, if you don't mind sharing that. And while that is happening, so I think, you know, again, we will move around these topics multiple times: people, profit, purpose, planet. See, I'm an entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur always looks at opportunity first and then builds a business around it. So for us, the opportunity was the gap that we saw in the education system. You know, there are a lot of edtech companies that are there, education technology companies that come out and try to make the good looking more better, right? Beautiful. So for example, a lot of technology companies are present in the private schools, right? A lot of edtech companies, because that is where the money is. Wallet share is higher. If I want to create technology, I want to go to customers who are willing to pay. It makes sense, business sense, right? So a lot of companies that I know are operating in the private school segment. I entered this field from the government school angle, from the schools that don't have anything when technology can make a difference. So my angle was that I want to look at schools, look at places where technology is required. That is where I entered, right? So my purpose was from day one that let us really make technology an important driver of change. People say technology is driver of change, but is it true? Comes back again to the same question of purpose. Is this going to be right? What am I doing it for, right? So that is where we have been very particular about focusing. Other companies, I mean, there are so many companies, we'll not name names here, companies that are still in function, still a running entity, running concern, and companies that are folded as well. I think balance, again, all the four are very important. And that is how you build a Phoenix, a company that lasts for 100 years, right? That is how you build a Phoenix. If you are willing to be getting acquired, I think you should stop building. Many people feel that, okay, startup karenge, in the short term, I'll make a lot of money. It doesn't work that way. It never, okay? So we have to be aspiring to become Phoenix, right? In the long term. So to do that, this balance of all the four are by default important. Very, very important. And that is only possible. Again, the irony here is you can only be having a good balance if you keep your speed slow, not fast. Because if you move fast, you will definitely not keep a balance. By slow, I don't mean that you just sleep and not work. By slow, I mean that you think a lot. The focus has to be on thinking. I think it was brought up earlier that we need to slow down, right? We need to think more. What am I doing this for? Why? And all the four pieces will connect together. So in my company, I try to tell our people, let's not move fast. Let's think fast. Okay? Because many times it has happened that we execute the irrelevant. Many times. You will also see, you have seen in your past career as well, perhaps, we end up executing the irrelevant. Please understand, executing the irrelevant is less important than thinking the relevant, right? So we learn a lot by doing, which is good. And I also have learned the hard way, by the way. I'm not giving you the gyan from reading a book. My experience has been that it's the same class Sati that you will show, perhaps it has gone through multiple iterations. And then when I'm doing my fifth iteration, then I think, oh, this is such a simple thing. Why could not I do it in the first iteration? Only if I had thought more, right? So as a CEO, what I do is I'm the product manager. I don't, of course, we have teams, but this is where I really want to be associated with, because product is important, right? So I think I would really want all the folks who are in the room, you will become CEOs, managers, but be very clear of what you're doing. Why are you doing? What is the purpose? It's going to be getting solved with this purpose. So we build, UI screens many times, right? Screens. We build so many screens on the application. I ask, what is the relevance of this screen? What if we remove this screen? Will people cry? Will people ask you why it's not there? So you ask those tough questions. Sometimes people will hate you. You are making the system slow. I said, yeah, I'm making it slow so that we don't have to do it again. Okay. So in the bigger picture, we're going faster. So coming back to your point, Shantanu, I think, all the four, people, purpose, balance is by default. We should not even talk about it. It should come, and it will only come if we are slow and deliberate in thinking about these four things. Okay. It will happen. Profit is a byproduct all the time. I totally agree with that. We focus on purpose. Purpose brings people. People create products. Products bring profit. Simple. As simple as that. And we have examples from South Korea as well. Like there's so many companies. I mean, Korea, one of the key differences I have found in the edtech field is that in India, there are so many private schools, right? 500,000 schools are private schools. 1 million schools are government schools. In Korea, every school is a government school. Every school in South Korea is a government school. What does it mean? It means that the learning is uniform. And all this, you take any school, you go to a south of a village in Korea, The infrastructure there is same as a school in Seoul, the capital city. So it is uniform, right? This is something that we have learned. I think India launched their new education policy last year or year before that. And the intent of the policy document is to ensure that we bring that uniformity while also respecting our diversity, right? So that is happening. I think India is learning. They're benchmarking Korea, they're benchmarking Finland, been benchmarking other developed markets, but education is good. So it will happen, but this will take time. And education, I always say, damage controlling, but damage, but the control is difficult. Because you're not building roads here, you're building the future of the country, people. And people, if they get damaged, difficult to fix. So it has to be very, very deliberate process of thought process. Why are we doing this? Right. So again, the question comes to why. Think, right? Think hard. So that is where we are. I think I try to do that. I think video would not be required, Shantanu, maybe now. But if people are interested, we are working on Class Sathi. And what has happened for us is we started from government school segment, where there is no infrastructure. So our selling point is that take whatever school, internet hai nahi hai, bijli hai nahi hai, we will make your school smart. That is our pitch. Whatever school, my village school, you bring our technology to the school, it will become a smart school without any baggage ki internet chahiye. You need to have smart TVs in the classroom. But here, the catch here is, guys, what is the definition of a smart school? So I am a guy who believes in definitions, who starts with definitions. What is the definition of a smart school? A smart school, people would understand smart school is a school that has a computer, a PC, all those things. I say, no, that is a fancy school. It's not a smart school. A smart school is one where learning is happening, because school's fundamental purpose is to teach and learn. So are these things happening? Of course, a monitor will help you to learn better, right? So that is where I'm coming from. So a smart school is one where learning is becoming better every day, teaching is becoming better every day, where accountability is upheld. That is what we do with our system called Class Sathi, right? So again, a long monologue, but idea is always define, always understand that we need to be a phoenix, and for phoenix, we need to be slow, not fast. Okay, so that is what I'll kind of leave my insights with. But again, great. I'm learning so much today. I'm sitting with a copy and a pen to write things down, right? So very, very important. I think, Suman, you mentioned great points. Yeah, we are lifelong learners, man. Lifelong learners. Yeah, you see the common trait now, folks. So students, I really urge you, write. This is the connection from copy to the brain, right? Always write. Always, small habits will change our lives. Thank you so much, if that helps.
Yes. So that was a very passionate answer about the edtech industry, where only fancy items are being focused in the current scenarios. But the major drive should be to increase engagement within students and to increase the attendance, which is rightly seen in the Clicker app and the module that is being given in classes in various parts of India through your respected company. Now, next, I would like to bring my question to Suchi Shinde ma'am. Suchi ma'am, the example reflected in the sales scenarios was one that is truly inspiring and will surely revolutionize sales. A perfect example of how metaverse is going to change the way sales landscape would look like into the future. Considering the B2B sales, how do you see the effect of immersive technologies in advertising, public relations, merchandising, and sales promotion in both positive and negative light?
Thank you, Suman. Before I answer your question, so I would like to go back and say it's really interesting, and thank you, Suman, for giving this opportunity. All of us are here. It's really fantastic to hear what everybody else is saying, and you can see all of us here have passions coming from different ways. So, Pankaj's passion, sorry, I can call you Pankaj now, I hope. So his passion is in products. It's coming from where does it come from? Or Rajesh is talking about M&A, and then he seeks purpose there. And for me, all my life, it's my passion has been again connected to purpose, but a different question. Rajesh asked the question, Why do we want to do what we want to do? It doesn't matter what business we are in, whether we are in B2B, B2C, why are we here? What do we want to do? And for me, very, very often, the answer, it lands with my customer. So I exist only because I do something for my customer, and that is the purpose that I see. So my passion has been always sales. And to answer your question, Shantanu, if you look at business transformation, today, because of the different technologies and changes, the way the customer decides in the B2B world has changed. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. Yeah, so we talk about customer decision journey. Earlier, the customer decision journey was the customer, especially in the B2B world, they started identifying or looking or researching suppliers. Yeah, then they do consideration, ordering, reordering, the typical phase that goes through. But what has happened in the last 5 years is that the buyer dynamics have changed dramatically. They have rewritten the books for B2B sales. So what does this really mean? So what do the B2B buyers want? They want to engage via digital and self-service channels. And this is not 5% or 10%, but 70% of the times, the buyers want to first engage in digital models. They don't want to talk to the salespeople. Earlier in the B2B world, the whole sales cycle or the decision journey was predominantly dominated by high-end consultants who were playing the role of sales. This will go down quite dramatically. It is now, after Corona, almost reduced to 30%. That means out of the 100% of time that the customer wants to spend with sales, only 30% at certain point in time is done with the salesperson. So the customers demand digital first. They want to, all of us, we want to buy something, maybe B2B, B2C, we decide, oh, what is this? We first go to the internet. If it's not available in the internet, you're not going to be there in the game at all. Okay, of course, this whole story is not independent of industry. It depends on the industries you have. Also depends on the deal size. If the deal size is 10 million, it's a little different than if the deal size is 2 million. However, there is a big part of digital process which takes place in the front. And the question that the companies and all of you in the future will also have to ask is, how do you control this process? Because today the customer initiates this. They go in the middle of the night, maybe for your time. They sit somewhere at the airport and somebody, Dr. Ramamurthy suddenly thinks, I wanted to look at this supplier. You look in the phone, you look in your PC. They sit somewhere and say, okay, let me see what is going on. So the awareness phase, the research phase, and to a large extent also demo phase is done digitally. And this is driven by the customer. So what can you do? The question is for companies, what can you do as a company to bring back the control to your sales? Yeah, and this is the question where we can use technology. And my passion comes there where we see what are the newest technologies, the latest technology, we hear of them. We don't know all of it, what it is, or haven't experienced it. So augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, all this. What can we do to bring these technologies, learn from them, and control the customer decision journey? And this is what actually, coming back to definition and Pankaj, industrial metaverse for sales, as we call it. What is it? If we define it, it is to leverage these immersive technologies, the latest technologies, so as to drive the customer decision journey in the way you want, so that you have competitive advantage. Okay, so everybody wants to have competitive advantage, and your pods and pops will change over time, but how can you be ahead of times to do this? And the customer demands this today. If you're not going to be offering this, you are not going to be in the customer decision journey at all. So this is I think partially answers your question, Shantanu. What I actually had offered, Shantanu, but depends on if the time permits, is dry talk about industrial metaverse and immersive is no fun. So, if time permits, I would take 5 minutes and show you there are a lot of technologies that we've built which help drive these things. These are based on these technologies. We don't build these. We take the latest open source technologies, put it together and see what the customer wants. And we have built some very nice things. If you wish, I could give you a quick example, time permitting, how one of this thing could work very interestingly for in your sales process, in the customer sales process. Back to you, Shantanu.
Sure, ma'am, if you want to display.
Okay, I will just a sec, please. So I shall share my screen.
Yeah.
No need for voice. This one. Okay. Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, it's visible.
It's visible. Okay. So this is one example how you could address or control your customer decision journey. And this is called a virtual head office or showroom, so to say, what we have built for ourselves, and we also built for our customers. So what this looks like this, it doesn't need any extra virtual reality fancy hardware or software. You come in here, you have a map which tells you, a video which tells you, okay, what is going on here. For right sourcing, we have 3 customer segments, so we call it space. I'm sorry, everything is in German, but I'll talk in English so you'll understand. So this is called space. So we have a space for software solutions where our customers can go in there and they have different offerings. We have something for our automotive suppliers, for our machine manufacturing companies, and then we have our head office here for concepts and methods. So if you go in here, it's similar. You always go in and you go into the room. Our customers are invited to come here and have a look, have a schedule discussions with us, schedule meetings with us, and discuss. So if you say, let's see, we have a lot of topics. If we go to sales enablement, just one example, and somebody's interested in sales enablement, then you also have podcasts here. So these are podcasts like this. So I won't run it. It's in German. They can listen to what are the latest challenges which are going on in sales enablement. Or they say, okay, sales enablement in implementation. This looks like an interesting topic. What is it? And here you immediately land up in an environment which is now taking you further in the sales process. So you're already in a place where you can buy these products. So we have productized a lot of our services, and then we put it here. So if you want to say, okay, I want to know about e-commerce shop, B2B e-commerce shop, you can click here, and here you automatically seamlessly land up in an environment which is like your Amazon. So I won't go into the details, but you can simply click here and put a product in your basket. So put it in your basket and simply check out like you would in Amazon. Okay, this is one example. Let me give another example which is more fun and interesting, which is something that we built for our healthcare customer. So switch off the music. So before I get into this, let me just explain what was this customer. So our customer builds and sells healthcare equipments like these ones. So this is sonography equipment. Then they have digital radiography equipment. Then they have digital printers, computer radiography and printers. So these are the products that they sell. And what they do is essentially their customers are big clinics or hospitals. Okay, so these are the type of products that they sell, and they wanted to have a one space environment. So everybody has a website today. So you go hunt for information, read a lot, and they didn't want to have it. They wanted one space where the customer doesn't need to search anything, doesn't need to read too much. And in today's millennium world, where young generation want to have quick information, they wanted to have this. So you can go here and download the brochure, or you say, okay, what is this company about? Okay, so you can have videos which explain what this is. So you could have such videos, or then you say, I think I have a question. I would like to talk to somebody. immediately. And then you can just with one click, you can get into a video conferencing. So you can go here, give your name and say, let's say, select my name and say here, join. And you would be instantly connected to that salesperson or that contact person in this company to discuss if you had questions about this machine. Or the customer said, yeah, this looks good, this sonography machine looks good, but how does the bottom look like? What does it really look like? So you click here and you go to a 3D view and you can see that you immediately, the customer, so the person who is thinking of buying this in the sales process can look at this product with all the engineering data that you want. So of course, if you don't want to give this data, you needn't, but you have all the things. You can even explode it. So for engineers, all interesting. So, oh, let me look at where is the cut and where. So this is one thing you could do. Another thing is, okay, the customer then said, okay, the manager of the hospital then said, yeah, everything good, looks good. I have answered the question. And now I'm thinking, where in this room that I'm sitting, am I going to put the sonography machine and how is it going to look like? And for that, we built another small feature, which is based on augmented reality. So I would urge all of you students to pull up your mobile phones if you have with you and just scan this QR code, please. If you have it, also panel members, you could try it and you could see. Do you see any results? Shantanu, could you see something?
Yeah, works.
Works, yeah. So now you can move it around in your room, and so you have this in your room, and you can place it and take a photo. And this is one of the applications I think people were very happy about. That you can see that the customer moved very quickly in a digital way without any assistance from anybody else. To see, you can put the sonography machine now in your room. You take a quick photo and say, okay, this is what it looks like. Looks very cool. So this is one small example. We do many things like this where you have to use the latest, or you could use the latest technologies to move your customer in his decision journey in your direction and gain a competitive advantage. So hopefully this was something that you could actually see and not just hear. Thank you. Back to you, Shantanu.
Thank you, ma'am, for the interesting insight into the sales domain with Metaverse. Now, I'd like to transfer the beacon to Pankaj sir for his views on the Clickers app.
And I think it is good. I have shared the video, guys. So please look at it at your free time. It is on the chat box. So please watch it at your free time. The idea for sharing this was that, it is a case study for you, right? You can look at it as a case study, see it at your own time. And I am willing to, we have a lot of opportunities for folks who would want to work in this domain with us. So please do reach out to us if you have any questions or if you want to join us in any capacity. I have high regards for XLRI graduates. I have friends whom I know, great people at great places, right? So looking forward to hear from you on the questions or on the opportunity. So please do that. I see a lot of folks reaching out to me on LinkedIn already, with invites and all, which is a good thing. But try to use that connection and the new knowledge that you're getting today to build a better career.
Thank you, sir. So my last question would be to Mr. Suman Bose. The triple bottom line approach, which includes all three elements, have gained major traction over the last few years. It includes environmental and societal elements in the mix as well and drives the business strategies. However, it's still inside-out thinking for organizations starting with their own activities. Won't it be a better transformation for businesses to start from outside and focus on making a positive impact rather than reducing the negative impacts?
So, I don't want to get into a theoretical discussion because the first element that is missing is measure. Today,
good, bad, ugly, financial results have a way to measure, have a way to audit. Engineering as a discipline has a way to test. You can do a finite element analysis, you can do a physical testing, you can do all of that kind of stuff, right? But when it comes to all the other impacts, it's still a lot of that is a greenwash or it's a whitewash. Till and here is where academics has a large role to play. Because what's the difference between career and selling snake oil? Because on one, you have, I mean, every guy who treats a disease is not a doctor unless you are certified by an academia by saying that you're a doctor. Otherwise, you're a quack. So this is where academics have to also come up and first start putting in the measures of saying this is what are the basic tenets. For example, I was a part of the UN 75 committee, which laid out the SDGs. And that was when the transformation was happening from ESG to SDG. I can tell you that I mean a lot and a lot of the German institutions like Fraunhofer and others were very actively involved. The European Union was very actively involved. Still today, by the way, 5G is launched. The environmental impact of 5G is still not documented because obviously there are vested interest. So if you want there's an old Roman saying, who will guard the gods? If you want the gods to decide what's going to be the size of my baton, then we are up for whether you're asking the company to decide that I'll have to first put in. Believe me, when you get into a boardroom for your quarterly or your monthly your board meetings, the last leaf on your item sheet would be your all your impact sheet, unless and until that becomes as important a measure as your financial results are. Your auditor's report should, so who's going to audit is going to be a big question. Therefore, I think the responsibility, instead of just passing it on to business and say, you better do self-disciplining and all of that kind of stuff, is like telling an errand child that, don't break a cup because, I want you to take responsibility. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So there has to be a carrot and a stick. And the definition of what the carrot and definition of the stick has to come from academia. That's number one. Number two is your, profit is a glorious word. It's a glorious word because if it assumes that you have even given your 4 boundaries of business, which has your ethical dimensions, which has your legal dimensions, which has your market acceptance, customer need and customer want. Not everything the customer needs is, by the way, is ethical. What customer needs can also be unethical and immoral. So given all your dimensions, you finally decide your business and your profit is a result. So profit, once you've done that and you have not broken and taken shortcuts, you've defined your profit, then utilization of that profit automatically results in maximization of profit within the boundaries of what the business is allowed to do and not allowed to do is actually always have benefited countries, benefited societies. So if you want the business to follow one more dimension or 2 more dimension, whether it's a green dimension, whether it's a social upliftment dimension, whatever is that has to be, there has to be a framework. So I urge, we have academics over here, we have business professionals over here. I'm putting this back into a question, back to academia, and says, where are you, academia? Why are you not? Let me leave you a very clear thoughts. How many of you after your graduation is going to get into the world of sales? A lot of you. Business schools still don't teach you sales. They teach you marketing. Right? See the anomaly. In fact, I think there's only one school which has a master's. In fact, Excel doesn't. My other alma mater, Harvard, doesn't. There's only one school which does, which is Wharton. And a great company came out of it, which is Oldstrom Sinha. The ZS Associates came out of the 2 professors in Wharton who started teaching sales as the discipline. But just like that, you have to disciplinize the word before you come in and say, tell the corporate that, I want you to self-regulate yourself. Corporates will do what is in the best interest of its stakeholders. And that stakeholder, if you define that stakeholder, a good meaning corporate would be a part of it. But if you're not defining that stakeholder and you're leaving it to their imagination, you will get what you get today, which is very fuzzy. That's my take on your point on the other dimensions of measurements of profit.
Thank you, sir, for the interesting view on dimension of profit in relation to sustainability. Now I hand over the deck to Pallavi to open the floor for questions to the audience.
Thank you, Shantanu. And thank you, the panelist.
Am I audible?
Am I audible?
Pallavi, you're sounding great. It looks like we are in the real auditorium.
Okay, so we've got a request for 2 questions because for the shortage of time, we'll just restrict it to 2 questions from the audience. So we have Shakti and Himanshu Bansal with us. So Shakti and Himanshu, please proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Pallavi. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Shakti. I am from PGDM GM batch. So first of all, thank you for sharing your wealth of experiences. We learned a lot, especially my congratulations to the entire panel, and also, so we understood the business should have strong sense of purpose. And even we have seen the live example from one of the panelists here, Ms. Suchi Shinde. She has shown the example, like she has given his business purpose is for customers, and the entire website shows the strong purpose of the business. And now my question is, how business transformations are equitable and inclusive for all stakeholders, considering both internal stakeholders and external stakeholders? So how the business is leveraging its purpose for everyone in the community, especially for equitable and inclusive environment. So again, this question is open to anyone. So I would like to hear.
I'm sorry, I'll just jump into this, but I don't think there's, when Suman talked about opportunity, I don't think he necessarily said, but I believe that what Pankaj has been talking about is being equitable in terms of education, right? And inclusive as well, because he was talking about education not just for the rich, but also for the poor, right? And in terms of, so I think in the education space or in the edtech space, yes, it is. But at the end of the day, it is profits which still run the companies, right? So if it is not a profitable revenue growth, if you look at your EVA drivers, so it is not necessary that it will be equitable and inclusive. So it is, I think education is one of the rare examples, but at the same time, for anything to become inclusive and equitable, the cost has to come down. And for the cost to come down, the technology has to be adopted and adapted on a larger scale. So when that happens, that's when the cost comes down. So it's like the internet, right? Initially, it was much costlier. Today, it is very, very cheap, right? Everybody has a mobile. Mobile was a status symbol when we started off in school or college, right? Anybody having a mobile was a person who had money. Today, even the rickshawala has a mobile, right? So again, it's a question of if you can take technology to the masses, then you can do it. And I think that is where I would talk about it or rest my case. Yeah.
May I add something? Or Pankaj, your mic is also open. Would you like to say something?
No, I'm good. Sorry, I'm sorry to turn off my mic.
No, all good. So just to add to what Rajesh has said, I absolutely agree with you. Another dimension of inclusive is in my opinion, is also inclusive is, of course, one is and most important is rich and poor. However, today diversity, inclusion is on many aspects, and we have to look at various aspects of inclusion. One of the aspects, very important question, especially for the young generation, is age. So last week, I think I read somewhere in India, people over 50 years who are not having a job anymore don't get jobs because of discrimination due to age. So there is a discrimination which needs to be addressed at different levels. So you're talking about inclusion. So inclusion is of different things. It's of rich and poor, it's of dark and light people. If it's about people with different sexual orientations, it's about age. And we need to take care that we can all take everybody around us to be included in these new technologies. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Some of us who are now, I think all of us almost should be close to 50s, 40s. In 20 years, I don't know how the technology is going to look like, and if all of us can run along. And it will be also the responsibility of the society as we change to take to include everybody as much as possible as we go along. So I think we are aware of the different diversity aspects. I think the obvious one about men and women, yes, of course, but there are many, many more aspects. I think age is also a very important aspect, which we often forget. So I hope I've answered your question partially.
Yeah. Thank you. It answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Himanshu Bansal, and I'm also from the PGDM GM batch. And my question is basically, how do you strike a balance between the short-term profits and the long-term sustainability? So there are always two sides for a CEO, the shareholders and the stakeholders. While shareholders demand profit, stakeholders demand sustainability. Now, sustainability has also multi-dimensions in a present scenario where you have to follow the diversities, you have to have inclusion, and you have to also maintain the profit. So how the dynamics has changed? Has the dynamics improved? Is it easy nowadays or is it difficult? And what are the strategies for it?
I'll take this shot. I don't think they are mutually exclusive. First of all, I think it was Rajesh who was saying that if you don't have a profit, you don't have a business. So people talk about work-life balance. I said, first, if you don't have a work, you don't have a life. So find work, then you'll find life, and then you'll find the balance. So let's be very clear. The objective of business is not philanthropy. Philanthropy has a different area. People who are philanthropists think in a different way, but they also need the largesse of either themselves, the money that they've earned, which they put it into businesses, or they find it in some other way. So net, don't see it as a conflict. That's a shortcut. See it as an opportunity of doing both, and in fact doing more. Because if you are hiring, let's say in a country where no one hires women as engineers, and you're finding these brilliant women engineers at the cheapest price, you're exploiting them. But you know what will happen? You'll make the best of the products. Soon, to keep those women engineers, you will start increasing their salaries. That's exactly what happened to the immigrants in the Americas. The first set of Indians who landed up in America were given 20%, 25%, 30% less salaries than their white counterparts. But then today, they demand same, if not they demand more. So let the equity come out of economics. Let's not equity be force imposed, because if you force impose equity, that equity is not sustainable. Then what you will see is going to be whitewashing or greenwashing of stuff that will happen. If a stakeholder demands something which is very different from what the business can deliver, then the business has to think whether it should exist in that market. I would stop over there.
See this? Yeah, sorry. Okay, no, Suchesh, please go ahead. Okay, so this short term and long term is always a quandary for any CEO, right? So the way I look at it is each business has a certain money set aside. Like in the healthcare space, if you're running an originator company, around 14 to 15% of your profits are plowed back into the long term, right? So that's how it is. In a technology company, might be even more so. So my panelists can answer that part of it. So each and every CEO has to decide, but there does come a time when in a growing space, I mean, currently I'm facing this conundrum where to grow the company to the next level, I need to invest more in the future, and might be the present might take a bit of a beating. So it is in some of the acquisitions that we have made, and it is not an easy path, and that is where I would go back to the purpose of the company. So if the purpose of the company and as promoters of the company are aligned that what we are doing makes sense and we have enough cash flows coming in from the other parts of the business to pump into some other part of the business, then it is okay. But at the same time, I think this was in the book Good to Great, which says that you cannot put more than 40 or 50% of your profits into a new venture with a probability of success which is much lesser, which means that the entire organization is put into jeopardy. So you need to take that balance, and that is why the CEO role is very, very critical. Sorry, Suji, please go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Rajesh. I just wanted to, so I think his question was also, on the one hand, it's profits, and on the other hand, it's these initiatives, as you said, we have to do diversity, we have to do, it was very interesting what Suman has also said, and I completely agree with you. I think we have to have, on the one hand, it's like he said, not to choose this or that, however, to find a balance. And I think it's also a matter of culture of the company. So you don't have to look at diversity as, oh, I have to do something, I have to meet these numbers, I have to have these, which is the attitude of a lot of companies, and greenwashing and diversity washing and every washing is going on today. Instead, look at it and connect it to your business objectives. There's a very good book. I teach a small part of it part-time here in a university in Germany. It's about diversity. It's by Dr. Thomas Roosevelt, because this whole topic of diversity actually has come from the US because of the black and white. And they have, I think there are a lot of very interesting things. And this book talks about world diversity. What is it called? But I will look up the name. So there it connects the diversity goals, or all the initiatives that you talk about, green goals, sustainability goals, you link it to your management objectives, to your business objectives, and then it's not something that you do on top, but it's a part of the thing. Yeah, so then it's not doing one or the other, but linking it together.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Himanshu, is your question answered?
I think Ramamurthy sir also wants to respond.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I know that I'm mindful of the time and I'm seeing that the tired faces, so I'm not going to prolong a lot. In fact, I'm perfectly agreeing with what Suman said and Rajesh said and Suchi said. It's a combined thing. Just what I want to add here is that it also depends upon the industry or the market. That is what again I'm trying to stress upon. Why? Because we have business in the last 30 years in UAE. Doing business in UAE, diversity, inclusivity has got a different meaning here. Now, though I know that I don't want to go into details, there are certain people, probably if I'm taking it from local, I cannot treat in the same way which I am going to treat with others. 85% of the people are expats here, so there is a different set of rules for the expats, how we are treated, how we are compensated, how we are, promoted, and also there is a different set of people. So obviously, like what Suman rightly said, equity cannot be enforced. But sometimes it may happen that you may end up with a market or a industry where it is being enforced, and that's where we will have to strike the balance between how much you can give way to those kind of enforcement and how much you can, as a CEO, try to change the things so that everybody is included in an equitable manner, and that's what I want to conclude.
Thank you all. Thank you. I got my answer. The these cannot be separated. These are connected. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So this brings us to the end of our first half of the conclave. On behalf of Club Eurasia and the entire PGDM General Management Batch 2022-2023, we would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to each panelist who has joined us from different time zones across the globe for dedicating their time to us on a weekend. It is a great learning opportunity to have many esteemed speakers address us on a common platform. Thank you once again, and we wish you all a great day ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank
Have
you.
a nice day and all the best.
Thank you. Dear participants, we would also be taking a short lunch break right now, and we would resume at 2:15 p.m. IST to welcome the following speakers and panelists for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pallavi, and thank you, panelists. It was nice meeting you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Consumer technology, fintech, etc. These industries inspire and interest Girish as he continues to learn and read more on the happenings and latest developments around them. Being a father of two, Girish firmly believes in nurturing strong relationships, both personally as well as professionally. During his off hours, he likes to spend his time traveling and exploring new cuisines and cultures across regions. He truly believes in giving back to the society, and the best gift is always knowledge and experience. If you wish to connect, discuss ideas and growth opportunities, feel free to reach out by dropping in a message. Over to you, Mr. Girish.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to sit here and have this quick talk with you guys. So I think it's an excellent session. I've tried to join in as often as I could during the day, and I've seen what you guys have been doing. I think fantastic work by the organizing committee of AVENSIS. So congratulations, guys. I understand that my session's right after lunch, so that's a little scary. I mean, people are kind of tired, sleepy, and so I'm going to try and keep this as sharp as I can. We'll try and take as many questions as we can towards the end of the session. But in between, if you have any questions, make notes, and then I will try and answer all your questions at the end of my session. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Girish Sharma. I have grown up in Nigeria. I am an Indian by nationality. I am a father of two beautiful daughters. I enjoy reading. As you can see, I love eating. So I am a foodie. And because of my passion and love for eating, and a lot of times my wife refuses to cook what I like to eat, I also started cooking. And this happened during COVID. So yes, cooking has become one of my newest hobbies. You know, when I was thinking about talking to you guys, I thought of what would be that one quote that actually, when I was at that point in life where you guys are, would make an impact in my life. And I remembered something my father told me. And then I tried to look up on the internet to find something that was close to kind of in line with what he said to me. And this is the closest that I could get to. So I'd like to read this very famous quote to you by Casey, which says, "What is the ultimate quantification of success? For me, it's not how much time you spend doing what you love. It's how little time you spend doing what you hate." Guys, you are at that phase in your life where you've got to wake up every morning energized, excited about what you do. There's one life, so just make it count. That's my advice really to all of you. Moving ahead, I'd also like to say that all the opinions in this are very, very personal. And I wouldn't want to call this a talk. For me, it's a dialogue when I'm trying to share my experiences, my learnings of all these years, close to 2 decades with you, you guys, and hopefully at the end of this session, your questions would actually teach me to reflect upon some of the things that you guys ask. So I'm really looking forward to the session. Let's look at the group. I am a part of the Tolaram group. Interestingly, I'd like to very proudly say to you that this is my first job, probably would be my last job. Tolaram Group is a group that's headquartered out of Singapore. We are present in close to 20 countries, and we export to several countries around the world. Africa, of course, is big for us. And I think what we've been able to achieve from Nigeria is actually present Tolaram to a lot of corporate MNCs, multinational companies across the world, as almost their launchpad into Africa. So we've been extremely successful in bringing companies that fear the African factors and therefore are always careful about investing in Africa. Tolaram has become that partner that can hold your hands and bring you into the country. We have several joint ventures. I'm just talking about 3 here because these are the 3 that most of my examples would be relevant to in today's conversation. But beyond this, there are other joint ventures as well that we have. Kellogg's, of course, the American multinational, we are joint venture with them. Indomie is from a Indonesian group called Salem Group, Indofoods Group. We have a joint venture with them since the 90s. Colgate Tolaram, this was a joint venture that was started just pre-pandemic, happened in 2019. We have other joint ventures with Arla. It's a European dairy company. I think it's the 4th largest dairy company in the world. So we have the joint venture partners. We also have a joint venture with Kimberly-Clark, for example. So there are several joint ventures, but that's really what Tolaram Group is a launchpad into the African market for companies. We basically, I think, like I said, we've been extremely successful in dominating categories and in consistently changing environment, which coincidentally also happens to be my theme. And I've tried to correlate this with your theme, which is people, purpose, and predictability. And those are where my examples primarily will focus on. And of course, the country where it's happening, I'm going to take you into a bit of Africa and most importantly into Nigeria and try and explain to you Nigeria. A very, very exciting country. Like I said, I grew up in this country, so I understand this country probably much better than I understand India. Beautiful country, beautiful people. The simplest way for me to explain Nigeria to you is what India used to be probably 20 years ago is what Nigeria is today. So of course, it's a very, very unorganized market. It is Africa's most populous nation. We are close to 220 plus million people. We are extremely diverse. Predominantly, there are 3 major tribes, but beyond that, Nigeria is an extremely diverse country, lots of languages. But of course, everyone speaks English, so that's the good part. And I think about the consumer, because at the end of the day, businesses, you can only lead a successful business if you focus on who the people that actually consume your product. So your consumers. So talking about the Nigerian consumers, I think Nigerians are extremely resilient, extremely religious. They love praying. I mean, Nigerians visit mostly predominantly churches and mosques because 50% of Nigeria is Christian, 50% is Muslim. So they spend a lot of time in praying in churches and mosques for every single thing. We believe that there is divine intervention in everything that happens in our lives. Nigerians are extremely, extremely passionate. And I think we're very, very proud about being, so there is the Niger centricity that I think everyone's very, very proud of. And I think that unites Nigeria is one great sport, which is football. I think it's the biggest unifying passion that every Nigerian has. And you can spend hours talking to Nigerians about soccer. So that's really a quick dive into what Nigeria is and what the Nigerian consumer is. And now I think I'd like to talk about, so I'd like to now talk about the topic for today, which is we're going to how have we been able to dominate in categories in a constantly changing environment. And we've been able to do this because we've invested constantly in people, purpose, and predictability. So once again, guys, we are, I've just mentioned some of the brands that we have here: Indomie, Minimi, Chin Chin, Munchit, Kellogg's, Hypo. You can go online and read about these. These are just a few of our brands here. But most of our brands are either number 1 or number 2 in the country. So I think that way we've been a fairly successful group. And now we're expanding our operations beyond Nigeria as well, aggressively. I'll pick up one example. I'll talk about one business that we've been able to do very well, which actually gave us a lot of name. And most of these joint ventures happened because of what we were able to do with Indomie. So I'd like to pick up Indomie as an example and now correlate this to the theme of today's conclave, which is people, purpose, predictability. So let's move to about 30 years ago, in the late 80s, early 90s, which is when we actually started importing Indomie noodles into Nigeria. And this happened because the shareholders had grown up in Indonesia. So they had seen what Indomie had been able to do, on noodles as a category had done in a country like Indonesia, which was predominantly a rice consuming nation, how Nigeria was. So back in those days, we bought Indomie, we set up a plant, we started manufacturing. Our objective was how could we replicate the Indonesian model? So we were basically trying to position Indomie as a replacement to a very, very big staple, which is rice. So that was an extremely tough position to take, but we took that, and I'm very happy because of what we've been able to do today. You know, back in those days, I remember when we used to go to the market and talk to people about Indomie, and we'd show them noodles, right? So people would be like, what is this worm kind of thing? You know, it was, to them, it was very, very alien. So from worms to today, where Indomie is one of the biggest food brands in this country, I think we've come a long way. And how did we do that? We did that because we were consistent. We were consistent in our actions. We were consistent in things like sampling. We made sure, our idea was, whenever the first meal that when a child goes to school, he or she should consume is Indomie. So we had a very, very aggressive sampling program that went to schools, and we made sure that we taught kids the benefits of going to school, and then at the same time consuming noodles as well. We made some fantastic and very, very emotional campaigns. Indomie was primarily positioned to the child, and of course the mother being the gatekeeper. So it was very important for us to make sure that we talk to her as well. So we've had several very, very emotional campaigns, and that was fantastic as well. And all of these basically made Indomie, it became a product that was no longer, Indomie became something which was beyond a product. Indomie started to represent love. And we did this because we had several assets that we created down the line. We created the Indomie fan club, for example. I mean, today, if I look at how many people since the start to now have joined, you would have probably 25 to 30 million children that have actually been a part of the Indomie fan club. And actively every year, we engage with close to 200, 250,000 children who are part of an annual fan club. So that's a big asset that we own. In the process, we also launched the Indomitables. These are cartoon characters that kind of brought the brand to life. So doing, these small things, but these small things made a big impact in actually bringing Indomie and making Indomie very, very relatable to the children. So that was, I think, one of the big things that we have been able to do. And that is why Indomie today is not just a product. It is way beyond a product. It is a love. This is an image that I just picked up off the internet of the love that children have for Indomie. And like this, if you go online, you can find several images of children doing a lot of cute things with our products. And this is what brings joy to all of us. So let's fast forward from 30 years ago when we started the product to where we are today. I mean, this is a huge category. It's more than 500,000 tons. It's in Nigeria, believe it or not, is among the top 10 noodle consuming nations in the world, of which all the other 9 sit in Asia, which is where noodles primarily comes from. So I think there's a lot of work that has gone into popularizing the concept of noodles, and I believe that we've been very, very good at doing that. It's an extremely, I mean, when we started, we were the only guys, but today when I look at the landscape, we are today maybe down to about 10 plus competitors. But mind you, at one time we had close to 30 competitors, but people could not match the love that consumers had for Indomie. And therefore we continue to win. And therefore we are still today the market leaders. And by the way, we are market leaders despite commanding a premium in our pricing. Indomie is typically priced 20 to 25% premium to competition. So it's a premium brand, but despite that, it is a market leader. Of course, a lot of business schools have written about us, but I think one notable school that I'd like to talk about is the Harvard Business School, where they've written about what we managed to do with Indomie. So this case study is available in Harvard Business School, and a lot of schools teach about what we've been able to do with Indomie. So I think now's the time when I'll try and now bring this into context of what we're trying to present here and talk about people, talk about purpose, and most importantly, talk about predictability. So how do you dominate a category that is not native to you? I think first and foremost, you spend a lot of time, you invest a lot of money and effort in trying to understand who are you actually talking to, who are your consumers, who are the people that will ultimately consume your product. And you need to make sure that when you're talking to people, you talk to them in a language that they understand. So that's why cultural connotations, understanding culture is extremely important. At this phase in your life, you need to understand the biggest blunder that companies make, especially multinational companies, is they go to, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir, hear you.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So what I'm saying was, I think the biggest blunder that companies make is they go to other countries and then they try to do what they are doing in those countries. It doesn't work that way. You've got to understand what is the culture, what is the language that people understand, and talk to them in their language. You need to go to their level and talk to them. So I think that's extremely important. And these are examples of how we do some of the activations with Indomie. In Nigeria, we love music, we love singing, we love dancing. So most of our activations are all about singing, dancing, because that's what you do to bring people together. When you bring people together, then you can decipher any message that you wish to. But I think what helps is because you understand that cultural nuance. So whether it is activations, whether it is sampling, dancing, singing is a very big part of it, of what we do. And that's what we use to gather people around and then deliver whatever message we need to deliver. So extremely important. And you know, you guys are just passing out of B schools, and you guys have so much to achieve in life. And my advice to you guys would be that one of the best ways to understand culture is to actually immerse yourself in a sales assignment. People tell me we want to start with marketing assignments. You cannot be a good marketer if you don't understand the culture of any country or culture of any state. All of you might not probably move out of India. Even when you move from the way Punjab is very different from the way Kerala is very different from the way Uttarakhand is. So understanding those cultural nuances is extremely important. And that's why I think one of the best ways to understand the culture of any place is to go and start selling. When you do sales, you will actually understand. I think another blunder that we make is we all want to have fancy offices and you know, we always want to occupy the corner offices. That's the aspiration. But I can tell you one thing, that in successful companies, even the people occupying the corner offices spend a lot of time out there in the field. I'll give you an example about Indomie only. I'm sorry. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay. So I'll give you an example about Indomie. You know, when we started off Indomie and we started, like we said, we used to invest heavily in sampling, right? So we would go, we would sample, but the sales guys were telling us that at the end of the day, people are still not consuming noodles, and people are almost consuming it like a biscuit. So that was the feedback that we actually got from a lot of people in sales. So when we actually started going to the market to verify these claims, we actually understood that what was happening is back in the days when people didn't understand what noodles were, sampling program was about giving them a packet. When you give them a packet and these people didn't know what to do with it, they ended up consuming it like a biscuit. So when people started going out in the field and understanding that numbers were not coming, and most importantly for the consumer, the noodle experience was not getting delivered, then we had to completely change our way of sampling. And that's when we introduced, so today, no sampling is happening, which is dry. We don't give product. We actually cook it so that people actually experience the product. Now, you couldn't have had this learning if you sat in your offices and you made big presentations and you made big commitments to your board that I will deliver this much sampling, because you would not get the end result. So it's extremely important to understand that real business happens out in the market. So my advice to all of you is, as you grow, be very, very close to the market. Don't go away from the market. You've got to spend time in the markets. I can tell you one thing right now, I am sitting in Egypt. And after this, I am still going to visit the Egyptian market to understand how things are here, because you've got to keep learning. So just taking a very famous quote and telling you about it, I am convinced that nothing we do is more important than hiring and developing people. At the end of the day, you bet on people, not on strategies. So guys, this is, I think, an extremely important learning that we should all take and work with. So, like I said, invest in people. You've got to keep investing in understanding what your consumer wants. You will only succeed if you continue to invest in your consumer, continue to read your consumer, continue to learn your consumer, continue to spoil your consumer, give him whatever he wants. And in the process of trying to give the consumer whatever he wants, we come up with a lot of fancy ideas. But remember one thing, every idea is beautiful, but at the end of the day, the consumer needs to see value in those ideas. And that is the reason why, right? Whenever you are coming up with new ideas, products, whatever, what's important is for you to understand what is the purpose that you're trying to fulfill. What is the problem statement? Most importantly, every single product, successful product, has actually been an answer to a problem that existed. I'll give you an example about Indomie. I'll try and relate Indomie to this problem. The problem statement when we launched Indomie was very, very simple. We had a growing female population that was getting busy, so they did not have the time to cook. They wanted affordable but convenient nutrition for the children, most importantly. And that's when we came up with how we could actually bring Indomie, and we are able to do what we were doing. So we were solving the problem of tasty convenience back in the days when we launched our product. And a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of insights went into this. And at the end of the day, the purpose of the Indomie brand, for example, today, when I look at it in hindsight, right, was or is that joy that you're able to give your child with not a lot of money, but that smile that your child gets, right, in consuming Indomie and making you a good mother or a good parent, right? That smile that your child gives you after he consumes noodle. I think that purpose, that is something that we all look forward to, and that's something that we all love. So that's really about, for me, about purpose. So always try and make sure that you try and understand, invest in what is it that you're solving, and I have a purpose. And once your purpose is aligned to your vision, to your mission, then you really have you have a good business model. So like I said, our purpose was to bring smiles to every child's face, and that became a means to spread love, that mother and child interaction that I talked about. So this was, it's always about understanding. In my past life, when I used to be the brand manager of Indomie, I always told that even, for example, the person that goes in the market and puts POS material, point of sales material, like, for example, a simple Corex, he needs to understand the role that he plays in making sure that he is actually passing the message of love of the brand. So it's extremely important that everyone that is there in your organization is tied into this one common purpose, and make sure that everyone from top to down, everyone lives by that purpose. I think that's going to be an extremely successful organization and a successful brand. most importantly, I think, and in today's world, it's very important to talk about predictability. I mean, very recently COVID came. I don't think anyone had predicted it or anyone could have predicted it. So what's important is when such things happen, what you can do at least is invest in a team that is kind of getting ready to predict whatever can happen. So what's important for predictability, I think first and foremost, to understand the market where you operate and try and see how trends are. So that kind of prepares you better. I think beyond that, you've got to make sure that you invest in a very agile team, a cross-functional team. When COVID came, companies that won, brands that won, were the brands that were able to manufacture and were able to reach the market to the consumer at the right time. These are the brands that won. So it's very, very important that you have a very agile organization. And I think today, if you have to take 3 key takeaways of what you should be doing to make sure that you've got a extremely successful organization, I think you should invest in digitalizing as much as possible. Make sure that all the work that is repetitive, if you can invest in technology, do that. I think extremely important point is sustainable. We all have seen how the world is. You recently have seen what's happened in Syria and in Turkey. And there are several examples. I mean, the cold that happened in India this year has been something else. And this is not today. This has been happening every year. Records are being broken, whether it is summers, whether it is winters. I mean, ocean levels are changing. There is so much happening in this world. So it's important for all of us to sit down and see what little impact can you and I make to make sure that we make tomorrow better for our future generations. So try and build sustainable businesses. Those are really businesses that will have a future. And most importantly, have an innovation-led mindset. Try and see how you can make every product better for your consumer. And of course, because we are in business, we have to make sure that we identify opportunities. So I'll talk about one last example. This is from the Colgate world. There was a competitor which was very aggressive, has been in Nigeria for close to 30 years before we came into the category. And this is the bleach category. And this was the early 2000s, and Jik, which comes from a very reputed multinational company, which was into bleaching, had been a product that bleach was synonymous with Jik. So people didn't say, I want to bleach. People would say, let's just Jik it. So that's what it was. You know, the global recession that happened in 2008, by the time the impact of that got to Nigeria, this was about 2010. And at that time, things kind of started getting tough. And that's when we started deep diving into this category. What we realized is that people don't have money to invest in a bottle of Jik, right? So that's where we saw the opportunity. We looked at the ideal price point. And at that point in time, we said, why can't we come up with a product in sachets? So rather than a consumer having to buy a bottle of Jik for whatever, 200, 300 Naira, why can't we give them a more affordable one-time use product? And that's when we came up with Hypo in sachets. At this point in time, the bleach category penetration was only 2%. We invested in the category. Today, as I speak to you, the category penetration is more than 40%. This category used to be about less than 3,000 tons. Today, this category is a huge category. And of course, Hypo has become the market leader. Hypo has more than 90% market share. And this happened in the first 5 years of the brand. And then we've continued to invest in growing the category. And therefore, of course, the benefits coming to Hypo. So again, be open to identifying opportunities, and that will make sure that you grow as an organization, you grow as a human being. So like we said, right, I mean, with every challenge, there comes an opportunity. Again, one example in Nigeria, what happened 8 years ago in India. India used to be a dalda market. And today you have brands like Saffola and several other brands, right? There's something similar that we're trying to do in Nigeria as well. Nigeria is a very, very big unbranded market. Oil is primarily sold in jerry cans. And therefore, we've now created a brand and we've invested in a refinery, and now we refine oil and we package consumer oil. So again, in every challenge, look for opportunities, because there are opportunities. So this brings me to the last slide in my presentation. And three things that I'd like you to take away is understand your people and or at all times don't lose sight of your customer. Most importantly, stay close and true to yourself and your purpose. You exist for a reason, so make sure you stick to that. And most importantly, be robust, be agile, and be opportunistic in your approach. So I think this is really what I'd like to say to all of you. On this note, I will stop presenting, and I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Girish. It was a wonderful presentation. Now the stage is open for the questions from the audience. Please feel free to raise your hands to ask any questions. Yes, I can see. Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, Ankit, make sure your mic is switched on. We can't hear you.
I can't hear still.
Ankit, is the issue resolved?
Now am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Sanjana, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, Girish sir. My name is Ankit, and I'm the student of PGDM General Management batch. Thanks for making your time out for us. Now, my question is, how can business stay agile and adaptable in the face of constant change? As we can say that, what are some of the key strategies that companies can use to keep up with the evolving customer needs, technological advancements, and market disruptions in today's scenario?
But I believe that's pretty much been the theme of what has been discussed so far. So if I take so your question is, let's try and rephrase your question. Can you try and ask me a question again?
Yeah, sir. My question was, how can business stay agile and adaptable in the face of constant change? What are some of the key strategies that companies can use to keep up with evolving customer needs, technological advancements, and market disruptions?
All right. So I think, I guess, three things that you could do, which we picked up in the talk, was about seeing how close we can get to technology. So try and digitalize as much as you can. I think that's critical. Second is one of the best ways to try and avoid disruption is to pick up sustainable business models. So pick up sustainable businesses, businesses that will have future when sustainability becomes a big thing. I think that is another thing that you can do. And I think have an innovation-led mindset. I think if you do these three things, you are kind of preparing yourself for any disruption.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Riti Mukta Bajpai.
So my question is, how can companies overcome resistance to change and ensure that all the stakeholders are aligned and engaged in the transformation process?
Repeat your question, please.
How can companies overcome resistance to change and ensure that all the stakeholders are aligned and engaged in the transformation process?
Okay, so for me, change is a very negative word. I think transformation for me is a better word, because change is very, very drastic. Change is very, very sudden. Transformation is slow. So I think companies can overcome resistance by, most importantly, explaining why whatever transformation that is being targeted, has to be a reason for whatever they are talking. So I think it's about engaging, it's about dialogue. A lot of times, I think the biggest mistake that we as leaders make is we get up one fine day and then we say, guys, from tomorrow, this is how things are going to be. And I think that is a recipe for disaster. So I think rather than that, if you have a conversation, so in our organization, we have frequent meetings with the key stakeholders, the key employees, and we talk about what are the thoughts that we are having. So in terms of, guys, these are the themes that we think we should work on as an organization or as a brand or as a company, and take feedback from people and incorporate those feedbacks. So it's not about my idea as the CEO, it's about our idea. I mean, at the end of the day, you still get what you want, but you have people more receptive to whatever ideas you want. And with that, you have minimal resistance to your ideas. So I think have open dialogues with people, get as many people as you can into whatever thoughts you have. I think that would help.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Prashant. Sir, you spoke about people and predictability and also the need for innovation in a company. So how can a business balance the need for innovation and change with the need for stability and consistency in their operations? What are some of the risks associated with pursuing too much change too quickly, and how can these risks can be mitigated?
Sorry, I didn't get your name. What was your name?
Prashant, sir. Prashant,
too many questions. Why don't we take one question at a time?
Yeah. The first question is like, you spoke about the innovation part during your presentation. So my question is like, how can the business balance the need for innovation and change with the need for stability and consistency in their operations?
Okay.
So so what are the risks associated with this, and how we can mitigate this risk?
Okay. All right. So I think first and foremost, you innovate a stable product, you innovate a stable process. So first of all, you have to make sure that you have a fundamental business, and then through innovation, you grow whatever it is. So let's take an example of, again, since I've spoken about Indomie most of the time, so I'll talk about Indomie and I'll talk about product development. So we've had several layers of innovation. If I talk about Indomie, we spent close to 20 years, about 18 years. We had one product, we had one size. So to bring some perspective to you, in India, for example, Maggie being a 10 naira product, a 10 rupees product, and I don't know, 20 grams, 80 grams, for example. We had that one product that we kept for 15 to 18 years. At that time, all we tried to do was perfect the marketing, perfect distribution, supply chain, the whole business, right? So what we tried to do was, first of all, create a stable business. After we were able to do that, from then having one SKU for almost 18 years to now in 30 years, having close to 40 different SKUs. And mind you, we've killed a lot of SKUs as well, SKUs that haven't done well. So you continue to innovate. You first of all innovated in terms of flavors. Today you're innovating in terms of even format. So now you're coming up with Indomie with real meat, real chicken. So you're taking innovation to the next level. But the base has to be stability. You cannot try and innovate a business which is not stable. I would not want to do that, because you're gonna rock a already not steady boat. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. So you mean like there is no need of a radical innovation, like keeping the business intact, right?
There is again, depends on the product life cycle of the business. So if you've got a specific example that you're referring to, then I'm more than happy to pick up that example and talk about. For me, there's nothing like I mean, there is radical innovation, but I think again, everything that is radical generally is not sustainable. Generally. So for me, it's about slow and constant transformation. Radical change again is not something that I'm a believer of.
So like an incremental innovation kind.
Correct.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Got it.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to take a moment to extend a heartfelt thank you for sharing your expertise and insights with us today. The session was not only informative, as you said, but also engaging and thought-provoking. We appreciate the time and effort you have taken to prepare and deliver such an excellent talk. And it was a pleasure to hear from someone with such a wealth of experience and knowledge. Indeed, thick data on cultural aspect is extremely important in product marketing. Real business happens out in the market, that's for sure. And really appreciate the way you have explained this by giving an example of Indomie. Even we have learned the principle of the savannah, not the zoo, in sense making. So we need to observe human behavior as it exists in social context, not in abstract numbers. And it's a difference between watching a pack of lions hunt in the actual savannah and seeing them get fed from a bowl in the zoo. So the lions are technically eating in both the situations, but the first scenario holds more truth. So, sir, I'm sure the audience would be able to use this knowledge to make a positive impact in their respective fields. And we hope to have the opportunity to hear from you again in the future. And I absolutely look forward to visit Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Girish.
Guys, let's wait for a couple of minutes for another speaker to come in, and then we can go ahead. Hi, Mr. Anshuman. Could you please confirm if you're able to hear us?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you now. You get.
So your voice is echoing. So reduce that. So you're on mute.
Is this better?
Yes, it's much better. Should we start? I think we've lost your GAN.
Yes, we can start now.
So your voice is a little feeble.
You can hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's
Yeah.
slightly feeble. Can you just increase your volume somehow?
Let me just check.
It's fine.
Is it better?
It's better.
Yeah, it's better.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Anshuman. Next, we have a session on transforming business and people. So as we gather here today, we are faced with a rapidly changing business landscape, where technology, globalization, and social trends are reshaping the way we work and do business. To succeed in this new environment, it is essential to transform not only the business, but also the people who make it happen. Our distinguished speaker, Mr. Anshuman Anand, CEO at R&B, KSA, and Vice President of Apparel Group, Dubai, brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table.
Mr. Anshuman is a Chief Executive Officer of R&B KSA, Vice President of the Apparel Group, and a member of the Forbes Business Council, with a history of growth, turnaround, and market penetration in the Southeast Asian and EMEA sports, athleisure wear segments. As a dynamic and intuitive leader with over 20 years of experience within the retail industry, Mr. Anshuman started on the shop floor with an entrepreneurship mindset and a vision for rapid growth. He quickly developed a global understanding of the retail and wholesale ecosystem, mass market apparel, sportswear, and high street retail market. A track record for delivering ambitious and strategic goals while constantly adapting to maximize shareholder revenue. Honed by a solid financial understanding and defined business objectives, Mr. Anshuman uses a holistic approach to influence bold investment decisions which result in growth opportunities. To him, balanced leadership means being grounded in both the head and the heart.
An engineer by education and a retailer by passion, Mr. Anshuman holds an MBA with a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication. After working for 10 years with Adidas India, he took on the role of Vice President of Skechers, Anta, and Adidas in the Gulf region before joining Apparel Group in 2013. Anshuman positioned Apparel Group on an exponential growth trajectory due to his achievements, taking Skechers in the GCC region from 20 to 200